item for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based. Or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurting, hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life going evil, we all have to give, oh yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. another. I sing again, yeah.
What's me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to attempt for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like was zero. On the block with a C, money dip and make every day pan pre, yeah.
R.I.P. They took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This study time we stop now crime. Don't blind by this life, your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father, figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the green reaper will be your remover.
They settle the range, ranting up some sanctimonious food. Is a poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's at ease for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. 'Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through, even when you're feeling new. Do this if we try. There's no time to waste, no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not love done, but me heart still not tongue. God don't lift me up, but me heart still not run. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Plead to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I you the bluff, it's copper. You're the game, need for change. Like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
Where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bombs, let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hopes through storm and weather. See what is going on.
Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get whose side the love they
when I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning.
what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah. So good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are crowing, dew is falling, the bags are coming, everybody running inside Switzerland today. The land is yummy. See the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes. Rajo they watch baby musu. We they find out the countries. Right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation. From the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation. I get LOVE for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love for me alone. Sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
I know LOVE is Sierra Leone. Was a no place where sweet like gold. We got diamond box, I silver and gold. So that we make count for the young and old. I mean for like we serve, help we serve. I see you come from the bars, you want for put chest. Peace, love and unity, now for put first. For the jealousy and watch, or that don't make sense. Togetherness is one, but wait for we success. So get up and go walk, I sit down for the top. I criticize the government just for mix up. But that on the pill, so we need for put stop. Time for us for you all, no matter how you struggle the bone. This life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live in who myself can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this home.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, then say yeah. We all remember say, sweet alone how we own. Each and every one God take care of his own. We all remember say, this country now we own. Each and every one for take care of alone. I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for so long. I got enough track of one for maintain this my land. No matter the situation, I get love for so long. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet. Blessing up picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack. Me the way me boo. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet. Blessing up picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack. Me the way me boo. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
Hello, Fambulem. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose parts now the world where you find yourself. Welcome to Sierra Media on a special program this week. As una notice, we did do 2 programs this week. Me, una host, Najuma Ba, for the one that they join me for the first time. And we welcome una and hope so una will get a good time with we. And also go like with Facebook page, we YouTube, and also we ask that you kindly share with people in the wider network, so at least they say go benefit in the conversation we get now. So for we regulars them, we cannot thank you enough, because without una for keep company, so sometimes 4 hours, 5 hours, on heated and exciting, banter, now the groups them, the program, not the sweets. So a lot is happening, and we decided to do 2 programs this week, and hopefully moving forward we go to attempt as time permit for they do 2 programs or possibly more. And that is the very reason why you need for followers, so at least whenever we live you will able to forget the alert say we day live, and you can join we as you if you are available. I'll welcome me co-hosts. They say anything I call him full name now Wahala, but today I will just call him half name, but possibly Trouble DB. And T-Boy, welcome to today's program.
As usual, anytime you call me full name, no problem. But as you go soft so, I know say today I get some kind easy guy. All right,
think so?
Well, I know, I don't think.
All right.
Welcome viewers, welcome to another edition of Sierra Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and hope say today we'll get a very smooth ride with the program. We'll get titled the additional backing up to the census, really, and see what's in everything that happened surrounding that particular census. And today we can talk about in depth, because I think say last week we'll not do the show any justice. We'll just talk about them briefly, and we realize say a lot was left behind, and we now look at certain implications and certain legalities then we surround the census itself. So today we decided to do a special program, and we want to go very deep into the census and some of the implications that we really take for granted. That's why we're here today. So definitely we need your contributions as well as usual on YouTube and on Facebook, and also make your point. Jima, will they open the call at some point?
We'll see how it goes, but let people there on standby, and hopefully we'll go look for people and views them either through the chat, or we will open the phone line if time permits.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. And I believe, let us sit back, relax, and let us enjoy the rest of the show. And thank you for those who participated yesterday, even though we stayed till. If everybody give me time. Well, I say, well, we're done there for a couple of hours. So we say, no, that's it, another 4 hours. But for sure, today I might not promise that we are staying longer or shorter. It depends on how the conversation unfolds. Again, if it unfolds and becomes very interesting and tense, it keeps us focused on the program. But if it's getting a bit not the way we want it, or not the kind buzz of feeling the way they give you the momentum for stay longer, then we might decide otherwise. But definitely, now Una they make we able to maintain and stay longer, because you guys are still engaged, even though time is running so fast. It's getting to late hours in the UK. Although the Una in America do on the cheat on the timeline, because Una the relaxing period for now. Why some of we don't go to bed, some they never for gap for go work in the morning. Una just relax and they chill. But definitely
not necessarily. Right. We guessed today in a middle afternoon this, so it take this not same way supposed for they do other things that we take for can spend between us. So.
When I say America, they talk about the normal sleeping time in America is different from us here.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying. So it might be bright early daytime in the States, but it is dark getting into the morning hours in the UK. But yeah, right. Definitely sit back and let's enjoy the ride of the show tonight for sure.
Thank you so much, T-Boy. And as you say, rightly say, we don't begin the conversation on the midterm census. Luckily, we'll get initial reactions. But we over the past days, we don't find out. Say, as you get into the conversation, the data become questionable. So we decide, say, we'll forget studio guests way for they with tweet today, for can analyze and are experts in so many fields, particularly the legal field. So you can talk to we on the legalities around the census itself first, and also the implications that we get legally, constitutionally, and on the general impact where the midterm census will get on people then. So we'll get a studio guest, and of course we will continue for doing studio analysis as always, but we get a guest, an expert with our guest today. Welcome, and he's not a stranger here. He's a lawyer Ibrahim Sori Kuruma. He don't can also boku tem any day with we. Ibrahim Sori, welcome, and tell Fambulemadu.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah Jem, for having me, for sharing your platform with me. Glad for there once again. Thank you for the wonderful job that Una do. So to you viewers, I hope we'll get an entertaining discussion today on this subject. I know a lot of Sierra Leoneans, they're very interested in what they happen back home, even though some of we not at home, but we follow religiously what they happen back home. So this is a good opportunity for we all, for sure. We small knowledge what we get regarding subject matter. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ibrahim Sori. We appreciate you as well for take time, during the day, for come join with today in this conversation. So let's start with the topic, because we say questionable midterm census data. What does this mean to the Sierra Leone's development, democracy, and political stability? So that's the big topic out there. But around that, we want for, hopefully, if you deal with me, Ibrahim Sori, let you share with me first the background around this midterm census, how it came about, and waiting at the reason, waiting at the justifications that we government give for do a midterm census. Ibrahim Sori, if you deal with me. Okay, it will join me back just now, hopefully. But T-Boy, so you don't look at the big topic here. Waiting at some of the feedback that you get so far since the last conversation where we get now, so on the topic, on this topic.
Feedback where I get was mixed emotions, a lot of mixed emotions, because you have lots of people who get different views on the census itself, the importance of the census. But I keep asking this question all the time, and people keep asking me the same question: why we do the census? Within the essence of the census, and within the census will benefit Sierra Leoneans. And the question also will arise now: the fact say, what's in God forbid the use of the data of the census itself? Is it going to be used for what? What's in the logic behind putting the census together? What's in the purpose of the data collected? But one other question I keep asking myself, we haven't seen the proper breakdown of the census document itself. What we saw is just the primary figures of the different gender and the different regions. But I've spent a lot of time this afternoon and try to put together all the data there and make comparison of the data in terms of the gender differences in the different areas, then we get the specific figures. So I would like to talk about that when the program gets really into the nitty-gritty of it, and they will be able to break things down a little bit more.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much. Ibrahim Sori is here. So as they say, give me some background for us, how we get to this midterm census, with the Constitution. Is it something that the Constitution supports? Is it something that the laws of Sierra Leone back? Because a lot of things that Parliament, the point say illegal, people grumble a lot before we reach to reach. So over to you.
So thank you so much again for having me, and I'm sorry for the small hitch way happened. So I think based on your question, there's a lot there, even though that short time you take for talk about them. But I will try. Let's try and unpack it a little bit. So what we will try to do now for make people them understand what's our census in the first place, and then Secondly, we talk about how this census come about, what we call now midterm census. And then we will go to the other ambit where we talk about the legality, what in the law say about census and this. So when we talk about census, we basically they refer to processes. And also one, processes, when are official processes for count people them or survey, of a population, typically for record certain information about people them, where they deal with different aspects of them people and they. Now in our census. So in other words, we will say all the procedure them were involved for systematically, for calculate people them, for acquire the information about them people and they, for record the information, for put the information together in a presentable manner about them people and they, the number of them people and they, we normally we can call a population. So, how we come about a census? What we call midterm census. Sometime in 2019, we begin the area from the government's quarters. Say, this is not a good opportunity now that we don't get a new government. Forget a census where they correct basically some problems that will be there with the previous 2015 census. Remember that in 2015, we been get a census where end up forget what we get now as the population of Sierra Leone. Right. Now, so when you don't put all them material fact there, what I mentioned just now, all them processes and they go through, it come out with a figure. That figure there, now they represent the formal population of a country. So when this discussion start, say we forget another census, questions then be asked. A lot of people have asked questions. Say, but the time not reach it. Some man they say, not on the time this, forget census. Other man say, no, president get rights for consensus anytime. So all of them discussion and they, but particularly among political players, institutions that were concerned with politics, that they more be interested. So the ruling government, the opposition political parties, NEC, and other players then, being kind of get interested in the discussion, but at the material time, now only few people them being get the decision for make as to whether, in fact, a census was necessary, and if it's necessary, order for take the necessary action for make it come about. So, the law simple, straightforward, say, now the government of the day, now then they decide. But basically, the law broken down again a little bit, say, that the minister for development, now if I advise, the president say, we need census. So what is the president they do? Now for declare, say the country go get a census at a particular time. So now question is, we be need census? So man go say, no, not be need census. But me go say, census is always necessary when the need arise. And in this case, what will be the need? Where government be able to be raised with the people then and partners then. Because don't forget that we own government is basically dependent on a lot of other external partners. Because how the government they run, we're able to run ourselves as a country. We always depend on other people there. So anything where capital intensive, where government they spend money from, you always need people them from outside for camp. So you discuss with partners them say, we need this census because the previous census been getting on challenges. And one of the challenges where actually I think say convince the other partners them for support the idea now that the data when we collect not provide sufficient particulars. Remember, I just know what they introduced within a census. I talk about certain thing them. So the argument was certain particulars not being available, particulars such as one, we're going for advise somebody will go on for go na particular areas. Say able for determine how many houses there are, how many people are there at their houses then say that information not being available. So in other words, the challenge was that the previous census not be able to provide particulars as to who are they usai and how many people in the whose particular area. That was the challenge.
So meaning that the data not being adequate enough for
it not be adequate enough to the extent that they're not be able to determine if there was say houses they did and how many hospitals they did it. Because by the argument of Statistics Sierra Leone, the data it been there in paper form. It be there in paper form because the questionnaires now in they feel they're not be able to translate them into, for example, spreadsheets or information ways we don't go able for store online, we don't go able for access. So they come up with the idea, say they need a digital form of recording that information. So it may sound attractive. One, will not be ever get, we don't know what's in our midterm census.
Right.
In the 60 plus years of the country in history, we not get midterm census. We don't know what's in our midterm census. We know census for be every 10, 11 years or so. You know, we not use for get census after 3, 4, 5 years. So those are the questions. However, government be able to convince players like the World Bank, the UN Population Fund, and other players there for making them support this idea. Say, okay, necessary for me to get this particular data. And the argument where Statistics Sierra Leone provide that they're not able to produce them based on the paper evidence we then get. So that was the idea. So for cut matter short, the World Bank initially injected $4 million. They say they support this idea for make able to get this information. The UNFPA, they have come, they support and provide technical support. World Bank as well provide technical support. But in the midst of that support, the government we don't begin to take the steps. Remember, again, that they refer people to what I talked just now. They don't already decide for take steps. For example, they start for collect data about people who say people who say people not there. How many people there are, how many people are not there. They start for collect information about who go qualify for take part. They start for collect information about how to get digital software on how to get this information digitized and stored online so that people can go get. To the extent that they don't approach the government of Kenya, where they self-experiment a digital census before and get the software and then get even the hardware in the form of tablets. So Kenya being promised, the government said then go make available some of the equipment they will not use to government. So once all this happen, Statistics Sierra Leone, they go all about doing all of these things. The opposition parties are screaming about this thing not appropriate, not good timing. Parliament, especially the opposition parliamentarians, raise issues of legality. So this takes me to the second ambit now. Now, what is the legality?
So before you go, Yanda, let's just clarify possibly for viewers. when you say then we don't begin collect the data already, they don't begin work with them for do inside the census before, because you say there's a process, and also this is an official process or official processes, meaning that it therefore be done formally, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So then don't begin work before even the president declare census.
Absolutely.
Right, and before you go parliament. Continue, I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, so the opposition parliamentarians, they raise this issue, say, this thing all right. This thing not for do so, we'll not go for stop up. Because it make the work we want for do illegal. And what we don't do so far is therefore illegal. President for don't declare, say the country forget census, and the procedure also set out now the law. I go just go through and quickly.
Yeah.
The procedure where the law set out now that the minister, I start just by saying the minister for development go inform the president. But because of the way the law arranged in our country, statistics Sierra Leone that they get expertise, that they get for produce the chief census officer, normally that is statistician general, neither the chief census officer. Look at what he gets and engage with the minister of development, and the minister can then advise president, say, because of so we need census. President convenes, president can then declare a census night. Say we forget census, so them, and then for counts all man, so that we'll go able for get appropriate data. But also, in the midst of that, certain argument that may come up from members of the public, from members of the opposition, say, why we need census when we already get data? So, on clarifying that, they say that this data will not date, this particular data for able to identify how many people they did. So, people that suggest, say, why we not just do the aspects where we not get concerned with? Why we not just concentrate on that aspect and correct the data rather than we do all things all over? Statistics Sierra Leone make an argument, make a case, say they're not going for doing so because the information scattered all over the place. Not so like a 1A, I wouldn't go for go and clarify them. So they have to do all the processes all over again. So I sure say that was where the suspicion come about. So now, once the president declared, then Statistics Sierra Leone can then now take steps. When the president they declare by statutory instrument. That statutory instrument, they can't go parliament. Parliament can normally debate. Now, a law-making process, when a simple process, parliament, they debate them and agree, say, okay, not get this census. If they not debate them, then can lay on a parliament for 21 days. And then if somebody not raise any issue, we debatable, and then or challenge them, then it automatically become law after 21 days. So now that short process they then take. But there was another issue with that laying of the statutory instrument of parliament. What do I mean by that? The process for laying it also set out now another law. Now, parliament then gets what they call standing orders. The standing orders, they show how then they conduct themselves, then conduct their own procedures in parliament. So when the president calls, say, if someone parliament say, I want now for day now, so side, on this occasion, now parliament on this occasion, because I want to look at this statutory instrument where the laws give me power for declare census. The leadership of parliament got issue with Andy. They now will come to an agreement because opposition leaders they believe say the engagement as to procedure was not followed. And so we see that social media on the mainstream media how parliamentarians be defended. Because in the first place, that sitting did not take place at the main well of parliament. They sat somewhere outside Parliament. It was Kintom or so.
Yeah.
So because of the
was it Bintumani or Bank of Sierra Leone?
Kintom or Bintumani, one of those two areas.
Yeah.
First commodity. So another argument commodity say because of the fact the maize was not there. So now what about the maize? The maize now the symbol of authority of Parliament. Where they show say where that maize they present the maize now the authority where speaker can enter. Somebody can there before her, we can dress some kind of way, where traditional way get gloves and then the day before. It can all one long thing where they go put the Parliament right at the symbol of authority. So the argument was that symbol may not be needed, and so therefore, if they do anything, illegal also. So a lot of argument been there, counter argument about procedure and legality. Till we go to the 21 days. Opposition party continue for say the maize was not there. So if they take a decision, it was null and void. The ruling party argue say the maize not been there because Fet been there and they cannot leave the maize there. So somebody pull out. So that was the argument. But that was not tested. Nobody able for test them. And one fundamental reason why perhaps nobody not test them now because by we own law, again the Constitution, nobody able for challenge the procedure where Parliament they adopt. That's another tricky area where I know how to go into. But I will just want to put that day out. So Parliament then can conduct themselves how they want to conduct themselves. If they not conduct themselves properly, outsider, for example, not able for challenge Parliament, they not conduct themselves properly. That's not the technical side. Now, the 21 days pass. A lot of people that may feel say because of all this opposition what this thing gets, because of all this threats what this thing gets, the government through Statistics Sierra Leone no go proceed for do the census. However, even before the 21 days, Statistics Sierra Leone, we don't take further steps in the absence of the statutory instruments. They don't begin to train people there. They don't go get machines from Kenya. They don't begin send people outside for going to different places. They don't appoint enumerators. They don't begin collect this data. So the arguments about legality continue up to this day. So before the 21 days, regardless of the fact say there was fighting, and regardless of the argument say in fact the 21 days legalize the census, the argument of opposition political parties where be the Parliament now that anything where they don't do, where Statistics Sierra Leone don't do, their partners they don't do, either now for raise funds, for train people, for move equipment, for do whatever thing regarding the census before the expiration of the 21 days where they laid the statutory instrument, it amounted to a nullity. And so therefore, all of those things they did, therefore redo them back as a matter of law and as a matter of statutory requirements. But
and why is that important?
Important because now for give legitimacy to the process. If law provides say if you do certain thing them, you know do them. What it amount to now a nullity. And so when the argument was brought about for say the thing that they don't do prior to, because remember say as statutes for say certain things they don't do before the declaration says. And after the declaration, then continue for do the thing there. So if you take the declaration and before the expiration of 21 days, then one phase of the census work. So the argument is that first phase day all void. The second phase, now after the expiration of the 21 days, where essentially make the census lawful. So if I will come back stop here now for now and say, I answer the question. Was the census an exercise where the government or president get power for declare? Yes, the law give the president the power. In fact, he say that the president no more can declare a census. So I come back to the 21 days. Anything what they don't do from the 21 days, take come to Usa Udesu. Unlawful. Unlawful.
But how it will be lawful where they not initially follow the legal process and procedures for let them even reach the 21 days in the first place?
So again, and they come back at map middle. Anything done before the 21 days, where I call the first phase, is unlawful and it's legal and it's null and void.
Okay.
Anything will happen between the 21 days and Usa Udeso today, is lawful and illegal. So now the question is, was there a cutoff point where Statistics Sierra Leone be stopped on the 21 day, on the expiration of 21 days, and start all over them process then there? Was that done? If they be do them after the expiration of 21 days, then the tenant start back for go do all that in a day, then it validates all waiting and do up till today.
Okay.
If they not do them, invalid is a nullity and you get the same effect as if nothing not happened. So taking it from there, after the 21 days, then continue, as I say. But then, I mentioned just now earlier, say then get some partners there. Whether they support them, whether they look at the importance of the census. Then partners there, they say begin to raise concern. Then begin to raise concern about processes, about quality, about transparency, and about the credibility of the data where they say they won't forget for correct the 2015 problems. One such institution at the World Bank.
Right.
The World Bank come and say, it's a then will they support you now. But to go on and stop and now review Usa don't come out. Because we believe say a lot of things that don't go under where we not believe say correct and we not get sufficient time for review them, including things that like a pilot project.
Right.
Now, just now what start, I say they don't do all the other things then before they lay the statutory instruments. So all of them things they come under one terminology, what they call pilot project. The World Bank say that pilot project they get for review them and see whether all the things that they follow the law and it consistent with what they want for do and what they want for support. Don't forget say organizations like the World Bank, they get reputational issues for protect, not to just for give money and things and they don't want tomorrow somebody can blame them for things that were wrong and then they part of them. So they say, no, stop here for now. Let us go back, review what you don't do, and then cross-check, cross the T's, dot the I's, and make sure say all things correct. Statistics Sierra Leone and government say, no, we don't have that time. We don't get luxury of time. Because they be the thing say, they don't lost time already because of COVID. Don't forget, I mentioned say the discussion started in 2019. It was supposed to have taken place in 2020. But that might be the middle of COVID, where the whole world be there under lockdown. So it was impossible. So I think say the assumption then, not for go back and review, was that they will continue for lost time. And they make this, not to assume, but they make this consistent with statement, official statement of government spokesman, including the Minister for Development in September. Talker. Right. They didn't have time to waste further.
But why the urgency? Why? What's the emergency for correct this data? Where go make if you go back and stop and do the right things based on the technical advice from the World Bank people, and get them right. What is the urgency? Why them is so desperate for do this thing?
So I start by saying that the World Bank raised concern, but there were other players, when domestic players, were also raised concern. I mentioned political parties. Say there is a lot of secrecy in this midterm census. There is a lot of information that is not coming out. There is a lot of urgency that is suspect. Other organizations, they including new that the National Election Watch, when a major stakeholder in elections, that's alone. Now a conglomeration of NGOs, about 400 or so of them, were from new. They raised concern and hold consistent meetings upon meetings, raising this concern, say, we na key players, we na partners of UNAM, we don't hear the concerns of other people that we na partners to Statistics Sierra Leone, including political parties. We not get for listen to them. We not get for provide answers to questions that they ask. But to your question, the urgency, not only government, they able to provide answers to the urgency, because the argument for the census was not as urgent as them manifest them in executing the census itself. The argument was the information about specific location of houses and people was on paperback, and they're not able to provide that they readily to people them who able for work or can work with government. So they want for digitize them. And besides, some of them paperwork they don't scatter. The people that will work with them, they don't left the office. So they needed to digitize it. So in my own view, it appears that the data where they be need, not to be so urgent data. Now data where government we need for authenticate, for provide concrete, reliable, and credible information to players when they work with government and government itself. Government been put forward the argument, say we need this for plan. Other people then begin for act say by 2020, 2021, government's plan was already executed. But me not believe in that. Government can plan as short as 1 month for executing any other thing. It depends on the timeline where they said themselves able for do. So government can set a timeline for execute certain thing there. Whether they're reasonable or not, they're completely different thing. Because government is continuity. The government where they now, then can plan say in 1 month to election, one do so thing, then you do that. That is my own personal view. But other people then believe say, the argument say, they want for use the data for plan, all water. So therefore, that was why people then begin suspect say, this argument for do census, with this rush, despite all the concern that people don't raise, despite all the major financier of the project don't withdraw, despite all new, when all the civil society group them, or most of them, they're part of them, don't raise concern. All the opposition, political parties, most of them, especially the big ones, don't raise concern, say, no, we not actually think, say, we for do this, but if we for do them, let us take our time to make sure that all the information is correct. Despite all of that, they still continue for rush. And even when the funding cuts, World Bank say, we're going to give money again. And when they withdraw with technical support, if not, they continue. They still say, will they go on? So that urgency question, now only government, the Minister for Development and Statistics will provide answers. But me said here, it appears now, today, as I talk, that the census figures were intended for political reasons, not for development reasons, and were intended for get figures where go able for put government in a position where we're able for rely on that particular data for purposes of elections and delimitation. Because as I talk, when they get to that point, we'll go see how the information will come out from Statistics Sierra Leone don't translate into action points of other government agencies. Okay. So now we go to the findings of the Statistics Sierra Leone.
Mm-hmm.
all this problem, I believe say a lot of people that been say that in Sierra Leone, no, they do the census. Because in the middle of this second phase what they refer to, after the 21 days now, where they don't become legal, Statistics Sierra Leone hit by two major things. One, they get serious problem for funding. Because the people that don't commit themselves for funding projects, they cut the funding and withdraw. Right. They withdraw technical support. Those are the World Bank. The second issue what they been get, now that because they don't already begin to train people and begin send people in the field for do this census, their enumerators there were needed to be paid. The money not been there. So then two problems there. It brings further huge challenge for Statistics Sierra Leone, where people that may still be feel say it's sufficient for the government to rethink, not for proceed with the census. However, despite all of that, they still continue. Now, they bring down figures. Their figure there don't further complicate the whole story. We started by saying people that suspect say this not a development. We move commodity, we come to challenges of procedure, both from parties and from development partners. We come to legality from members of parliament, especially members of parliament of the opposition. We come now to logistical challenges and administrative challenges. So, the figures will come out, it also reflects all of them challenge there. Now, broadly, what in the census results, the midterm census results show, now that it divides the country into two. I saw the summarizer. It divides the country into two. I divide them. It puts north, northwest, and western area now one category. It gives them block figure. Block figure. The south and the eastern region. It gives them block figure. And both figures are the same. So people are begin wondering, what kind of coincidence is this? That's the first major shock will come out from the census. The second shock will come out from the census. Now that the north, northwest, and western area, the population is shrink. It reduced drastically by about 237,000 people.
So western area alone population go down by 43.something%.
Almost 50%. If you do statistical analysis.
Right.
By almost 50%. Mm-hmm. So, but I know I'm going to those small details now. I want to give you the broad interpretation of the census results. Now, I say the census results divide the country into two. North, northwest, and western area. They give them block number. And that number there is exactly the same number where you get the south and the southeast. Block number. Right. Then get the same population. So people then begin to say, oh, this type of politics. What kind of coincidence then they for make the southeast and the east get the same number, the north, northwest, and western area get the same number? First suspicion. The second suspicion, now that the north, northwest, and western area, their own number is reduced from the data of 2015.
Right. And the south, just a quick
let's finish this one. The south and the east, their young figures, it go up by cumulatively by over 45%.
Right.
So again, this further bring doubts. Say, oh, this will be on the top. So you see a lot of organizations then begin to press releases. The challenge is all say that this will be done. We don't see this they come. We'll be not saying that this reason make una say they insist, una tawa, una push, una do all kind of things. Forget this census done. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much. T-Boy, when lawyer Ibrahim Soribi they talk, he brings something come up where I want to let you take note of. I want to let you put in a corner. So therefore can that. before census. So say we get the tablets, them and other logistics. I'm sorry, from Kenya, correct?
From Kenya.
If you remember, we president travel go Kenya before then. Okay? Most recently, as soon as the statistics data come on, or around the same way they come on, we president travel go Kenya. Tiba wale put that a corner. We'll get for ask some of those questions as well. So one question I want to ask you, because you mentioned this coincidence of, these two places, like when you say Salon don't divide into two. You understand? Where north, northwest, and western area, and the young figure put together equal to the figure where the south and the east gets put together. So, my understanding, I might be wrong, I'm not a statistician, I'm not qualified, but I believe, say, in anything you want to do, in the first place, you get a baseline, correct? Sierra Leone not just starts in 2021. There have been census, processes before, since independence to dates. So you baseline, I think, supposed to be from the last one. Not so. I just want to let you guide me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely.
So because the Israel maker they ask, if that your baseline, now been 2015, and like you said, they're not challenged, say, the figures of 2020, 2015 was wrong. Then just say them be one forget some kind other minute details, for broke the data down more, for let them understand other pockets the way for help, for distribute services or get things them done for the country. They not say the population data was wrong. So if it not being wrong then, how comes we get a drastic reduction, particularly for Western area, by almost 50%?
Well, those are questions, that question and another way don't come up since the publication of the preliminary results. Now, preliminary results, then call and steal. Now, a lot of people, including again, organizations like New, don't say, in fact, then we not say this kind of thing, now in statistics alone they do. That's not the interesting thing. So they say, now that make we don't tell you now before. Say, we not go once, then kind of thing have to happen. Because we don't suspect saying that so thing now have to do. So they were prejudged. And as people let me suggest, even before the census, that's what it happened. So the question is, why the population now one area reduced so drastically, but then now the other area is so astronomically, naturally, population they grow that way. Within a period of 4 years, less than 4 years, the population they grow by 45%. Nowhere on earth that kind of thing did not happen. It didn't happen statistically. Me say not a statistician, I mean a lawyer, but I don't do statistical programs, as an academic, but also as a consultant. Nowhere, it's not statistically possible for my population grow by 45% in a particular area, by 45%.
Within a 5-year period?
Within less than 4 years. Because the statistic result was about 4 years. But it was about 5 years, yes. Within 5 years. It's not possible. But the question now people are not able to get answers to, now that if the population able to grow in a particular area, why the population dwindle in a particular area? So I go tell you what in government are the arguments throughout the census and throughout since the publication of the preliminary result.
Well, you don't jog the question, but continue.
The argument was the way government spokespeople them. don't they give, including the Minister for Development. Now that one, the census results is credible. I want to let people note what you are the talk. I just summarize all the arguments from the government and Statistics Sierra Leone. Because again, it is unfortunate that when Statistics Sierra Leone they talk like the government.
Yeah.
When government they talk like Statistics Sierra Leone. So we're not able to draw the distinction between an institution of the state like Statistics Sierra Leone, where presumably we go say an independent professional body we're able to function on their own and bring expertise. The arguments where they are all two don't match the all two. So I will call them government for purposes of this presentation. They argue say the census results is credible. Number two, they argue say the leadership of Statistics Sierra Leone will conduct this year. Now a stellar leadership they get. In fact, they're one of the best when it comes to get, if not the best possible. The third argument position with the donkey that a lot of people they reject the census program, and so therefore they not allow enumerators for count them. Number 5, they argue say violence been too much by this census here, and they not be able to send the enumerators them now plenty side them because of the violence. Number 6, they argue say they may get problems with the enumerators. The number of enumerators they will then train, will then send, they may get problems with the operation of the enumerators. Some enumerators they not be the going to source inside them, then get for change them and send other people them. Number 7, they argue say some of the tablet them not be the work, but later on they will work. Number 8 or 9. They argue say the process whereby the enumerators them able for put the data together was controlled by Statistics Sierra Leone itself as an organization, but that data if available, it will be readily available to members of the public. But that data as of today is not readily available because as they talk, engagement and discussion platforms include the Statistics General. Say then they try for develop that particular aspect there so that people are going to foresee what will happen. But the idea was the data will be readily available as it come inside. But as at the time of conclusion, that one they not available at all. Number 10, 9 or 10.
Number 9.
They also argue say there was a challenge when it comes to the enumerators, those who were actually contracted and the one that were actually do the work. And I will tell you definitively, now the Minister for Development, now your mouth, now the codes to say people then they would give contracts, would then train for do this work, then people then go subcontract other people then. And so therefore
so like when you get you taxi, you give somebody, then the person say I go give an apprentice or hangman for drive.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
So this was an explanation where he give for justify why then delay for pay enumerators. He said the delay for pay enumerators because the people then when they come forward, they're not match the description of people that wouldn't put itself. So then find out say the people that when they come forward for this work, now people that would then subcontract. Then the last one argument where they say the people that where they condemn these census results, now the opposition, and that they not get no basis for condemn these results. Now the question why they throw out to people that when they listen to your program, now that when you listen these 10 conditions and arguments points of argument where Statistics Sierra Leone and the government don't put together. What is your conclusion? In my own view, the conclusion is that there is a lot of inconsistency where make the results they like I this. You're not going to argue, say, the results credible and transparent, but at the same time, you say, we've been get challenges for train people, for account for data, for account for machines, and for accounts for people and payment where now subcontracted people.
Right.
Don't forget, say, this is a very technical area. Later in the discussion, we talk about what the law say, but all of them things there also. Where me that they read other people them, including political parties, then they raise.
Right.
A lot of issues then they, when a legal issue, where breach the law itself, where Statistics Sierra Leone not care about, where political parties they not care about, then just focus on the figures. Other things then they were germane to the coming in of the figures where people they neglect, including things then like subcontracting.
Right.
You know, a numerator will not train. Because in record not in a Statistics Sierra Leone, he is not authorized to represent Statistics Sierra Leone. However, he get access to technology where Statistics Sierra Leone they use for get data and whether
confidential information
or not, nobody don't know.
Right. So another point where then before I get T-Boy for coming, in addition to your point, there's another argument or another statement being made, you know, that up until when they not even publish the data, Statistics Sierra Leone pull out a press release for ask people then for return the tablet so they will get paid. So if they not return the actual, you know, tool where they use for collect the data, how did you get that data that you published?
That's a very good question.
Because people still get the tablets them, they not return them, but you don't publish data.
Very good question. Now, very, very good question. And anyway, I think say people were interested in the census result for the ask. But all of this information, it gets muddied about, then put her inside the mud so that nobody is able to see them, then they concentrate only on the outcome. But Usa starts to discuss, I say now process, a lot of things that they were involved, what amounts to census. Census is not just the figure. A lot of processes. But what's more damaging to the credibility, in my own view, to the credibility of this particular result, now the very admission of Statistics Sierra Leone say the people that will give tablets, not return the tablet they use. And they're very, very damaging. And through them tablet then they acquire the information. So then therefore explain how that is done. But also that is further damage to that. In their own letter, press release, so they recently release. After they don't release the result, they release a press release about payments. Right. So that press release there, it uncovered two things, where perhaps a lot of people they already know. One, that Statistics Sierra Leone and government of Sierra Leone not able to pay all the enumerators that up till dates. They're not able to pay them. But secondly, it also exposed a even more dangerous, in my own view, dangerous fact that in their own press release, they acknowledge, say, nobody, and they repeat that, nobody, not they, will work for them, will do complete work, 100%. Mm-hmm. In that press release, if people read them, and they invite people to go read them, there is nowhere where Statistics alone, they admit, say, in that press release, say, people that do work for 100%. Nobody not do that. They categorize the people that will do work into three categories. One, they categorize people them where do work from 1 to 30%. First category.
Yeah.
The second category, they say people that will do work from 30% to 50%. The third category, now people that will do work from 50% up to or about 70%. There was nowhere in that press release where they say people that do work from 1 to 100%. So that one is very, very crucial in the argument about credibility of the census results. So what did I want to show you? It show you say, by their own records, what in them gets, based on the people that where they recruit, people that where they send at the field, nobody no do 100% work. Nobody no even do 80% work, or 90%, or 95%. So people that do work in bits. So that one they also need explanation. But the other important thing will come out from the result now that a lot of people there, including people who matter in a society, don't come out and say they not ever see a numerator in the area. Nobody not ever go to the host for go country. Nobody not talk to them. Because the enumeration not necessarily mean say you get for go to the house. Now your argument that one.
Right.
But you get for talk to household because the law say that the leader of the household or possibly the deputizer or
and
somebody
leader for household.
Yeah.
Who a leader for household in
so for example, a household can be how can call an acrio people that where they eat in one pot that they could normally call household. So if you picking, you mama, you papa, they all stay with you, you wife, then in a household. So the law say who that for talk to. Now the person at the head. In this case, for example, it can be you as head. If you know the law say that you wife. Now you're the second person. If you wife self not there, the law say now somebody where you're able to represent you. The most senior person in the family under that household. Now you forget. Now you able to provide that information. So if that people are say they not see you, so how would you then argue? Say this data is credible. Now only statistics alone go able to tell you how an incomplete administration of tablets presumed to be tablets we get questionnaires. How that information they get to statistics alone accurately without going to these places, without talking to these households, without getting this information from these heads of the households. Not only statistics alone. Now you explain that.
Okay. Thank you so much. You had to listen to we now lawyer Ibrahim Soikoma. They with we for discuss the questionable midterm census data and the implication where it gets on Sierra Leone's development, democracy, and political stability. I'll go over to Tiboy. You don't listen keenly. And Lawyer, you comment, and if you get questions for Lawyer Ibrahim Sori as we advance the conversation before.
Lawyer Ibrahim Sori, no need for the question. Look, we just allow more to make it just narrate the whole story to us. But I have few concerns with the data collection. And when I say a few concerns, I just want to ask few questions to the general viewers there right now when they watch me. Some of these questions, because on my own analysis we don't do on the census itself, are specifically just focus on the gender difference, the gender balance, male and female. Because I try to look at other kind information with the data will get, but it's not available, which means I was going to be looking at the gender differences, the age differences in terms of voting age and non-voting age, as in who you get picking there with the good school or picking on the good school or secondary school or university student. But basically, I was looking at youthful age, male and female adult age, and the rest. But I only find two gender differences when male and female. So what I want to ask is, we know the demography of the economic migration in Sierra Leone, right? And we know the areas then where they create enough migration based on economic movement, as in looking for jobs or looking for employment or looking for trade. And we know all the areas then in Sierra Leone where they attract migration based on survival. So my question is, and we not say in Sierra Leone, well, all over the world, the percentage of women population is, I will not say twice higher than men, but maybe 60% is more women and 40% men. And definitely, we need to talk about the Kenema, we'll talk about adults population. So what you may see on the data when I analyze them to my own knowledge, I studied statistics in school, so I will not say I am not a statistician. I will say, so yes, I am, I was, and I had a very good grade in statistics when I was in school. I sat my GCSE, and we know for anything for me to get 2 per statistics, for me. So my calculation is based on what I saw on the data where statistics provide. And I realized, say, over the 4 different areas, as in eastern, northeast, northwest, south, and western area, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 male-dominated areas. This, 7 male-dominated areas. And then 7 male-dominated areas, then they. Now, a significant figure. But again, when you look at the overall percentage of more women in one particular area, for example, the eastern area, we get 1 male-dominated area in that 3 region, and then overall, the total of female domination is higher. Now you look at the northeast, you get 2 male-dominated areas between Bombali, Falaba, Koinadugu, and Tonkolili. But when you look at the statistics for the 4 regions, you still get female-dominated in the 4 regions. And then you now come to northwest, equally so, then get 2 male-dominated area. And then overall, you get female-dominated in the 4 regions. When you come to the south, again, the same thing, 1 male-dominated area. And then when you come to the 4 region, you get a female-dominated area. And when you come to the western area, the same, 1 male-dominated area. And then you get female-dominated the 2 areas. So what's in our for ask? And it highlights the male-dominated area then, and let the people away in Salon telling me for sure what thing will increase the male population of that particular region there if it gets anything related to employment, economic development, or improvements in the community. We go attract people and for migrate, or we go increase the capacity of the male-dominated in that particular region there. One area where they go, and it starts from the top. Kono district now one. We have a strongly male-dominated area in Kono. And the percentage now 2961 figures. As in 2,961 Mande na Rembokupa Sumande inside Kono, the entire district. But when you look at the overall population, we get 31,920 more women na the eastern province of Sierra Leone. Kono, they attract more men. Totally agree. Why? Because we know for say now a mining field. The male population of Kono go increase because all the men in go Kono for go find money, for go dig diamond. Then he left them west from Usai. Now they're in place of birth or their original towns, Usai is supposed for they as their permanent residents. But they all they go Kono because Kono now a mining field. So definitely Kono will attract a lot of male migrants. Now look at another area, now the northeast. when Falaba. Juma, you don't know Falaba not so? And I think we've been there several times. So now let's look at the population of male domination in Falaba. Falaba specifically gets 1,039 male domination na Falaba. What's it make man and boku pass woman in Falaba? Anybody can tell me the reason?
I say they do agriculture and everything.
Now, man, you do agriculture as alone to be realistic.
Well, that's what possibly depend the kind of agriculture they do.
Any scale of agriculture, because I don't do that Falaba based on agriculture. I don't also cover enough program on IFAD with agricultural projects them in that particular region. And 90% of the farmers in Falaba are women.
Except if you answer that they go cut timber.
Well, I don't know what that is. Timber. All right. Now look, we'll move on to the northwest. Yeah, we'll move on to the northwest with Cambia. Listen, Cambia gets 9,421 male domination within Cambia district. What's in the happen at Cambia where they attract more men than women? Anybody can tell me? Okay, my left out. Just think about it, food for thoughts, yeah? And then let's account to Karina. Of course, Karina, now other area we will not for say most people in there. Now, the male domination at Karina, now 3,935 men, and then Bokupas woman in Karina. But now, look at Potsloco. Yeah? Potsloco, they right bang in the middle of these two towns, per se. Then Potsloco gets 20,458 more women. Listen up, Potsloco gets 20,458 more women in a small area where we all know the capacity. And when you look at Potsloco, outside everybody within that region, they strive for good and fair employment.
Western area. Western area.
All right, fine. Just food for thought. Think about it. I will put the data there so make people understand the differences. Then now you go to the south. Yeah, the south, you get the dominated area where man in there now bonds. I mean where woman in there. No man now bonds. Bonds gets 1,549 more men than women inside Bonds district. Now, what's in make Mandem Boku inside Bond district?
Fishing, possibly.
Okay. And again, when you look at the fishing industry, there are more women in the fishing industry. Not so in Sierra Leone, but in Bonds, because I don't go Bonds. Mr. said I know the experience of fishing in Bonds. And when you go Maxwood John, you see more fishmongers who are women than men. The man where they're gonna see, they're not going to pass the woman where they sell fish. So nobody will tell me that's because that's a reality. You go get one or two fishermen. But how many fishmongers do you have in the market?
Good point.
Thank you. Okay, look, we'll move on. Now you come now Western area. Western rural gets 612 more men. What's our Western rural?
From after Lumley going to Dawatalo and to 6 Mile area.
All right, then our Western rural, right? So then gets 612 more men. Maybe I don't know much about the gender disparity in that particular area, how you go say it balance, but I'm not going to tell you exactly what's going to create that figure for Lake Man in Bokude. But now, look, we go to Western Urban. Western Urban gets 26,828 more men. Seriously? Freetown, now what will they say? How many women to one man? in reality. Yeah? Now, how many women to one man really approximately they talk about where people in the go salon and say, woman and Bakubo, now 5 to 1. Then woman and sister they tell the man and say, but I left give una man the way they can let yourself enjoy them. So it means we have more women in Western urban than Western rural. So who said the money come out?
So as you ask that question, I don't know if you don't done with you.
I let first because I will come more and talk about the other areas and where I want for calculation where I make in terms of the gender differences.
Right.
Okay.
So you don't highlight that. I just say that they give Lawyer Abraham a lot for help before give input on that. In addition to that, Lawyer Abraham, we agree say the baseline figure we go use that the previous census. That will be your benchmark moving forward. If you notice something, that's from 2015 census data to the midterm census, the population of Sierra Leone not grow based on the result the population result them produce. Because as at 2015, our population was about 7.5 million people on record. And it's the same, 7,541,000 and some people, 9 inputs. So you have to tell me, say, inside, if the population not grow at all, so it come back to Tibo in question in which you asked earlier, what is the attraction where move people from the mass people from Western area for move go to the Southeast? My question again, to you. Mm-hmm.
I think say what's reasonable for talk on the basis of the figures where statistics Sierra Leone produce.
Mm-hmm.
Now that there was some economic, political, or social events where cause the population shifts from the north, northwest, and western area to the south and the southeast.
Okay.
But to the south and the eastern province. Now, what do I mean by that? I say just now, say there is a drastic reduction of over 237,000 people. 237,000 people reduced from this area, and the other area, the south and the east, then get 687,000 more people. I want you imagine what you are the time for talk.
Mm-hmm.
The one side, the number is reduced by 238,238,000 people. It reduced. Nobody don't know who side this figure come out. Who side then go. So therefore make through the analysis, we therefore make take position, say, because we therefore account for them. Statistics alone not account for them. So in the statistical analysis, we therefore show what thing go down possibly make them people here come out from this side. You understand? And waiting for them make possibly this population here it grow this much. So these 238,000 people will disappear from the north. They're not able to tell me how they disappear. The north, northwest, and western area. 687,000 people more come into the south and the east. So the question is, one, what it make 687,000 people more come within 5 years than the south and the east? Why? They born more picking them? Oh, the economic activity, there is an economic boom in this area. We make people that move go there. Don't forget about the one that will disappear from the other side. So no, assume say now two things, whether it is either people that come out from other areas outside Salone, because this census not on nationality, then they check, not just population. People that get from more than there. Then they check, Sierra Leone, to foreigner, no. They might capture that, but the figure not able to show you that one day as we speak. But the figure show you how many people there, and at the end of the census they gather, how many people they live now. So now two things. These 687,000 people will come to the south and the southeast and the east. Now two things. Well, it is either people that move from other country, 687,000 people move from other country and come base na the south and the east, or the people there where they born 687,000 more people there.
And that's nobody not die.
So no, that is not the third ambit. These are the first, the two general statistical analysis, so interpretation. We're going to forget to the data. When a reasonable, acceptable interpretation. Any other interpretation, now false theory. It is either people that move from outside the country and can they, or they born more people there. They born these 600 within these 5 years.
Okay. So let me help you.
Secondly, the third one, I have to say this.
Yeah.
Whether people that die, nobody not die. Assume say nobody not die from 2015 numbers. For make we get that calculation day. Now the third aspect down, nobody not die. Now the south and the eastern, but people that move go there 687,000. Then the other part, whether 238,000 people die, now the north, northwest, and south within the 5 years, or they left the place totally. They left there, either go to the south and the east, or disappear from Salone. That's not the interpretation we will forgive for that kind of thing. Statistics alone able for provide that data. They're able for account for them. They're able for show anything.
And that means about the third part of it, that means they're not born any new people in that area.
They're not born no people there. But there is another aspect where perhaps in the discussion further, we'll go for race. The Freetown Mayor writes to statistics, the Statistical Journal, and provide data. Because the mayor concerned about the figure where they produce, but also about the consequences. And this is back to the subjects of this discussion. Looking at the effects.
Right.
The mayor is concerned about the aftermath of this census. What are the consequences on the Freetown City Council? So the mayor show Freetown City Council able for show the growth where don't take place from 2018. From 2015 to 2018. On the show data where they collect, they show settlements them we don't develop by aerial examination, snapshots of places, houses we don't develop. But secondly, they also show official government data. Where the same government by 2020, data where they don't collect about people that will live na Salone, and people that will take part by the election, where they register by the election. So for example, the Freetown City Council able for show say the people that will register, not only the people that will live,
you want to register.
You want to just
legally.
When they will register for vote in 2018 election, you want they will register for vote. When means say it not include anybody where they between age 0, were born the day up to less than 17 years, 11 months, up to that age. It don't include that figure. It also not include people where they now settlement them where they're not able to take account of. For example, you want to live in the slum area. It don't include most of them. That figure they alone will account for just the people that were old past 18 years. Will register for votes. Remember also not all man register for votes.
Right.
So let people understand the context. Just the one that will say we they take part for this election. The number Boku pass the total figure of the census of 2021. So imagine that kind of disparity. So it also show, I need to mention this. It also shows say the Statistics Council, they also show say if governments go by this kind of data, the pressure where Freetown City Council don't get beginning 2018 to now, as a result of the growth and the expansion of settlement and the growth of population, it don't put so much stress on City Council. They never for provide for all man. And the evidence clear and Freetown. Government self acknowledge that in their own studies, examining how the congestion don't increase in the city, just not the Freetown main city, the urban areas, the congestion will don't take place. So if you put all of that information there correct, the evidence clear, say the arguments where government and statistics alone put together, they give Sierra Leoneans is not consistent with the facts where they say they rely on.
Right. So, thanks for bringing that up, and possibly that will be the other part too we can begin to talk about. But just for help you a little bit as well, in your theories that we try to mention, highlight earlier, say waiting will be the possibilities and anything short of that. You talk about possibly 600,000 more people travel Canada Southeast. And one thing we'll get to remember, around that time, it was an emergency phase. We had travel restrictions because of COVID. So that possibility, they in the out of it, except if there's small group people then come inside it for that short period, they that specific purpose. But if not to that, there's highly unlikely for long get 600,000 people travel come now a particular place where we know about. Because I don't know that in talks, a salon a small place. You more or less sabi everybody. If new people in Canada, so you begin seeing new movement, you don't notice. That now one. The other thing I want for add on the western area, and they go back, don't forget about 2015. And they go back to 2004. 2004, the western area, that means the Freetown population was 772,873 people. That was the 2004 figure just for Freetown. The total population for western area at the time, both urban and rural, have been 947,122. That's 2004 after the war. So you want to tell me, say, just western Freetown number, you want to tell me, say, 400,000 people now then disappear from 2004 data to date. That means they're not born, no new person, now die no more the people and die, or they run away, come out, they then decide for God aside. They migrate completely. But we all know with migration pattern. You ask a question, what has been the attraction? Let's assume, say, people travel, go at the southeast. What did not happen at the southeast recently? We attract people for move, because we know before 2015, a lot of people traveled from western area possibly to the north because of the attraction of mining activities and other things that will happen. But what did not happen recently at the southeast? I don't know if T-Boy and Cacao show possibly around the time they do the census, Cacao should be there. We asked this question last week. So these are some of the things the way you they ask them people there if really they're genuine with the data with them produce. Before we go to the issue about the mayor, and then it's very important for talk about the pressure, and then we will come back on another person in your stuff we highlight. We will talk about the risk to the democracy and the political stability. Before that, the government handlers get this argument that, the figure come like this because una tell una people let them not count them, let them sit down house. What's your take on that? Does that have any significance and impact?
So, in the broader context of participatory democracy, everybody gets rights for express your own view on national issues. And people then get rights, these rights for expression, freedom of expression, they also include a right for be silent, a right for protest. However, under the Census Act, everybody get obligation. And that is very important. Everybody get obligation for give information on census. Everybody get obligation. Now, for make statistics alone, argue say, political party leaders, then tell them people there, let them know participate in the census election. So that make go not affect the numbers. That one there is cement the current argument some people they make. Say one, the census results do not reflect the true number of Sierra Leoneans. It's as simple as that. Number two, it also shows say, as they say they argue, not to everybody, then counts. So, if not to everybody you count, and so therefore you argue say that then they affect the numbers. So you therefore accept say the census figures are not correct. Except you want to be mischievous. The census figures are not correct. On the basis of that argument alone, census figures are not correct. But certain other things then we don't happen. Where I need for touch on.
Okay, go ahead.
Quickly, let people they know the problems will come with this census under the law. All right? Where statistics alone, in my own view, not able for show who steps then take as a result of breaches, as a result of refusals or cooperation as the case may be. And how statistically they're able to account for the figure of those people where one, refuse to be counted, two, refuse to cooperate. How do you account for those categories of people? But there is a third category of people. People where not see a numerator, people will be ready, willing for be counted, but not be counted at all. How did they come about a figure for those people? Then three questions, and then if statistics alone not answer them, rather than giving excuses for political leaders telling their people not to participate, immediately they come to realization, say we don't have answers to those three questions. Therefore, fold the census report, go to president, say, now this we get, but we cannot rely on this based on these problems that we have. But there are further problems on the law alone. On the law, on the operation of the census the Census Act. All right? I mentioned just now, say the Census Act, it not say the census officer or your own people, the representatives there. Therefore, go now you host. Then can then a train, truck, motorcar, poda bus, and talk to people there. It not preclude them from taking information on the basis of that. Did they do it? So far, there is no argument say then do it. Number two, the Census Act itself will get problem. This is a 2002 Act. And this is the third law we talk about census. The first law, we call it the old law, the British law, we call Chapter 55. After that, the first law where Salon Parliament passed, and the 1974 Census Amendment Act. They amend the first act. So from 1974, the next law we will get at 2004. From 2004 to now, 19 years, a lot of things there. For 18 years, a lot of things that don't take place. So maybe statistics alone and then legal advisors, for those reason, for amend the law even before they go into a digital, what is then called a digital census. But
so you're saying that the actual we get, no, they up to date for, for the digital kind of census in a way. So it don't obsolete.
You just don't take it anymore.
Because of the paper kind of thing you talk about.
Inside the law, there is nowhere, except if they tell me say they go amend the law overnight before they go to court. Before they go to the place for what he said. There is nowhere where the law make recommendation. And people are not talking about this, including political leaders. They don't even think about that. No sign no day inside the law where authorized statistics alone for use digital equipment for do census. They not envisage them. They envisage a paper questionnaire examination. Now they threw out. So that if you want to do verification, if you're able for, even if you transcribe them, the original of those papers should be available. But not just go through the thing they were highlight. Say, now major problems with the law and the position, the operation of the Census Act. I say, they're not states. What's if you go take the census? They just say if you talk to household leader, deputy, or somebody represent them. That one then a big flaw. All right. Number two, the law say it only record what the person tell you. It not make provision for making able to verify what the person tell you. Say for instance, you work and go to somebody's house. You go meet big man Sidom, he dressed fine, but he mentally retarded. You don't know. Now man what you say. But because he dressed fine, go ask him. But I at the head of the family, he tell you say yes. Now how much there? I was saying I was 60. At the head of the after you now, at the head, he said I'm my wife. How much wife you get? He say I get 12. You understand? Only for there, you see how much Piki get. You see I get 25. But not to me bala. The law not make any provision for a situation like that when I lie. But the person not lie intentionally. It just tell you information where he believes they are true, but he not mentally
right.
It's not right. You understand? The only provision we make. Now, provision say if you do it intentionally for deceit, but this is not a situation where they give information for deceit. It just talk flippantly, and we get plenty of people in our country. We get mental problem where they never can see they talk by themselves, but they are not mad people, but they think properly. How statistics alone able to provide interpretation for information where people like that they provide, or somebody when an elderly person where they think like a pikin. It talk like a pikin.
They forget, yeah.
They forget. People that will get dementia. The law don't make no provision for that. You understand? Now, the law also gives supervisor
big power. And the supervisor in power, the law say the enumerator, possibly under the supervisor, they get responsibility for carry out any instruction where the supervisor give. So what do that mean? A supervisor with partisan, for example, he don't send and go to a particular area. This supervisor, a partisan, he gets a particular number what you want for give. For sure, say, who say me work, I do work. Now me go give the highest population. He don't tell all his staff, they say, each one of una the council, una for count with at least 15,000 people. As people they would have done interview. The law now make no provision for check whether that kind of person they in partisanship, in partisan thinking, the cap where they were as a partisan person. You understand? For check on her. He only say if he do something intentionally. You understand? Forgive false information. But coming back to the point, statistics alone not provide no evidence. Say people that were then send either as supervisor, enumerator, or otherwise, they put information were not correct. I hope you understand. I hope people that follow what are they. Yeah. So because of that one day, again, it show the lapses on the operation of the law when they rely on. Number 4, statistics alone be request any form, any kind of information from the staff there for sure say they get complaint about people them where give them this kind of problem. Not about the violence way they talk about. People there where give the information where then can cross check later on say that information they not correct.
None at all.
No, statistics alone not provide that kind of information. There is no complaint from statistics alone say the supervisor they wake up, then bring information and say, Mr. X na so address, give information where then find out later on say, in fact, Mr. X not to that OSDD. If you just don't have money, they wait for somebody, we then go talk to her. But that information that Mr. X provide is not correct. That information that particular bit of verifiable evidence, statistics are not able to provide that to people. So that one now other big laughs. Now, I come back to your own question, Jishno. Where I say you pull on me months. The law where they carry out, under which they carry out this census, it not make no provision for digital census. Now, what is a digital census? A digitized or digital census, now one way they basically utilize modern technology of software where you don't need paper, you don't need for write anything, now punch the punch. So what is the one they tell you? It tell you say, you dey punch, you dey put figures how you want them. You can edit them, there is no trace for say you edit anything. Now only waiting you submit, now in they take. So evidence no go there. So for example, if they give you, in the case of the paperback, the questionnaires, when they give you 1,000 questionnaires, whether you scratch them, whether you edit them, whether you this and that them, the law will count them. The law will
1,000, yeah.
Count them. If I provide evidence, verifiable data through that paper,
and the person you talk to for sign.
Exactly.
Or
for sure, say,
one of the
you go to this person, you talk to them people here. Now, so thing that you find out, but you edit something in the day. What then go ask you why you cross this thing, why you delete this person's name. You go before explain. This is not verifiable. Now that provision there, and the law not make provision where you go use the discretion. For example, in the case of, I think I need for charge me phone. In the case of the digital census. The law not make, you know, envisage. Now question here, I envisage.
Right.
Now, the other problem, now the problem of this admission of the Minister for Development, he said, then give people them contracts. Then people there wouldn't give contracts. Then go subcontract other people there. Is there any evidence? Statistics are not make any statement as to people that wouldn't contract. Where go subcontract people there? Where in itself it's illegal under the act for do that kind of thing. But what now they also show now that the people there, the right people there, where statistics alone trained for this work, those are the people that do the work.
Right.
At least for the category of people where subcontract other people. So what are the impacts of that to the results we come? Not forget, say, we also see evidence, we also see in our social media where the same enumerators, then they post audios about the work they do, say, then because they're not being getting money for it, they're not even for going to the place, they sit down outside, they sit down, and punch, outside in the punch, and then send the information. How was that verified? What is statistics alone? Statistics alone not put any statement for condemn their own staff for the work they do. There is no evidence say they condemn their staff or they reprimand them for doing a terrible job of that nature. None. Even though there are admissions from their own staff say they do this kind of work. The other thing will be very, very important for notes. It also caused a lot of problem for the implementation of these acts and under this kind of system. The statisticians, the supervisors and the enumerators raise a lot of concerns. Say, certain of them places may not be accessible. They cannot go there. Even though they said they were not able to access the places. Statistics are not able to show you how those challenges were addressed. Then just they make blanket statements, say they're able to address them. But how? How are we able to give other people the opportunity for verify those information with statistics they give? All right? Now, the other challenge, now that the statistics alone not also show, say, they're able to take information from people them, from the example what I give just now, and the number of people that they move to. People them where be they travel. Not forget, say, in this census, the 10th of December was the day, but the census was not conducted only on the 10th of December. It takes statistics alone several months, several weeks for do this work. How many of those people, when I talk to, were people who are moving from place to place, were traveling? How many of that form part of the number would they get? How they record that? How you record somebody, for example, if they do a move? How you record somebody where they side motorcar truck, where they travel from one district to the other? How you record that? The number for show we. So the results when they publish, it only shows say then go in a particular place and meet people they live, who are the residents. So also the argument that people they move from that place to that place, is not all water. Because if you move for purposes of only for make you be counted.
Right.
All right? If you move from Freetown, for go Kabbalah as an example, or as in this case, from Freetown to Kenema. For me, they go continue at Kenema. Not to Kenema you reside. And the purpose of this census, now for make them continue who say you reside.
Who say you did, yeah.
Because the information where they get, not just for election purposes, now also for development, for planning purposes. So is there evidence from statistics and records for say, when I ask you, Mr. Jumaba, now yeah, you there, you say no, Mr. Frito Adi. So if Mr. Jumaba, even though you meet an Kenema, if he tells you that Frito Adi, how you record them? You record them as a Kenema resident or not? That explanation did not come out at all from the presentation so they make and from the reports. The other thing, the penalties where the law make provision for. It make penalties, I don't mention fugitional, both for you in the act and you in the reports. You know, because a long time ago, 250,000 or 3 months jail. You know, sufficient. People that know they take risk for do that kind of thing. How statistics alone deal with the issue. Now, the law also make provision for rules. This is very important. After when the Statistician General don't advise, the minister don't go advise president. They don't go take this statutory instrument. It don't become law. Before they go into the field for go do this, the law also say they can make their rules on as to how they go about their work. Are there any rules for go about this work? As far as I'm concerned, as far as me know, there are not. There are no rules. So now all waiting and decide for do inside their brain how they want for do them, that's what they do. And so no wonder opposition political parties were concerned. No wonder the World Bank was concerned. No wonder New and other groups were concerned that the rush not make time for me to be able to review the challenges and step-by-step requirements are followed and making sure that things are done properly. Now, earlier, I said they issue a press release.
Right.
And this press release then categorize workers, them, enumerators into 3 categories. And none of these categories include people that will work 100%, will complete the work. How statistics alone able to account for the uncompleted portion of the work?
Yeah.
Now, before they answer that question, I will give the argument for that. The argument for that, what they project, now that one, we not do the work inside one day or one night as we normally do. Then do this kind of work. We do them over several weeks, run into months, and we redo them. And we give people the opportunity for come. And we also give line for call we, for make we come to you if you not see we. And so we do all of that. That is the argument basically they are putting forward for this kind of data, for the incompleted data. And that's therefore they send people them repeatedly, send other people them repeatedly over and over. But even that is not consistent with the evidence. Because you don't pay somebody if you not do the work. You only pay somebody for the work what you do. That is what they said in their press release. People that do work 30%. People that do work 50%. People that do work 70%. People that not do work. How do you account for it? That kind of explanation enable for answer, and they provide answers for that. And statistically, it make the whole exercise look completely mixed up, incomplete, incredible, and nobody know for rely on that. And I think I support the new position. The new position say, therefore, follow up this election, they not for this result, they not for use them for whatever purpose, for no purpose whatsoever. Because it's not credible. As we talk so, a lot of people, a lot of Sierra Leoneans don't highlight, say, they were not counted. And I will give you results from COP, for example. The Consortium of Political Party, they run a parallel survey nationwide. And that parallel survey shows 84% of the respondents nationwide say they were not counted. They were not counted.
So,
and that number 84.9% is a very, very big number now. And the 15.1% of the people there, we say they see. So the 84.1 say they never see enumerator. They don't see us. Mm-hmm. So the 15.1 we say they see enumerator. Now only 4.9% say in fact they count them. So that is a very, very big difference. That one.
So if you don't highlight offload a lot of things then now. So and I wish people go listen and know for say this is in the interest of Sierra Leone. T-Boy and obviously Leakuma, if you don't begin touch on this. T-Boy. So the mayor in letter to Statistics Sierra Leone for Freetown particularly, because the municipality had the responsibility of the mayor, right? And they therefore be concerned about what's in the happen, and it highlights now so clearly say as Ibrahim said earlier, that the number of people where then say register for votes. This is not so the people that will reside no more, that are just the one that will register for vote in the 2018 elections. Now 600,939 people. Okay. Then according to the census figure, now 606,701. Okay, that the one they register. So you don't see, so even the one they register, Boku pass the total population of Freetown by 200 and some people. But then it take them further and highlight something where I will bring come as well. The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education 2020 school census confirms say you get 413,407 picking their way enroll na primary to secondary school. Just primary and secondary, 413,407. So if you add that number to the one that we register for vote, then they give you about 1,020,346. Okay? Then City Council go further for say, let's see here. Then get about what you call them? They record about 107,526 properties them for property tax. Freetown 107,526. But inside that 107,526, the population we then get here under now 989,239. Okay, we reside in that property then this. So, and then go further for tell you say you get about 58 slums that we don't develop. Okay. So about 344,147 people where they live now informal structures like shacks, side we not get number, we just try for go build so and then the Freetown City Council be don't record, between 2020 and May 2021. So then your figure they tell you say based on their own conservative figure they tell you say you able for account for 1,333,386 people. So now you don't say the population are 600 and something thousand. So people can ask, okay, why you able to provide enough water? Why the congestion at Freetown? Why the Boku blackout at Freetown? Because now the service delivery, as like I'm saying, you're not just conducting census for just elections or for count sake. What's your take on the mayor in your figures there, T-Boy?
Is the key. And the mayor figure them outstanding figures then we have to say it don't run over the past couple of years since he took off office. So you don't need census for that. That's an automatic census database collection. We already done the available. And the reason I'm going to say the mayor go through all that length for collect that data because he want to know exactly what's the demography of voting Freetown stands for and how you be able to provide the service for make Freetown able to be fully equipped in terms of service providing. But if you look at the particular census we govern Freetown, it reduced the population. And what the mayor say, if they work on this data, maybe we don't talk the last time, say, look, we don't forget, say, this data where we look at so, whether accept or not accepted. Now, this data will therefore operate with a couple of years coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go able for actually look this data and say, yes, this data and the data will be able for use for work going forward. Because we can't change it. We cannot say 2-3 years down the line, no, that data may be wrong before scrap and do another census. No, it doesn't work like that. So we either make a decision now, or we follow up with what's already done there, and then we put ourselves into chaos. So if the mayor don't highlight your concern for just Freetown, where now the most congested area in Sierra Leone.
Well, not so by statistics, Well,
then our statistics, their own data. Then we all know that say their own data not correct, but that in their own concern, they will have to fix that data. Yeah, whether they fix it, whether they don't fix it, the whole salon know for say Freetown is the most congested area in Sierra Leone. No other town in a salon will congested past Freetown.
We're near force. Let's say.
Well, I just
because
let me look at the term there. Even where the other provincial towns then we've been the boom economically, still not able for grow population past Freetown. Because in a couple of years back, where the northern area was so much improved in terms of employment facilities, we all man be to go na the area and they for job. We still not able to forget those areas to be congested. Yeah. So now, sorry. If we take this data where the government don't provide we and say this is the data we will look at, what's in the main purpose? The main purpose of this data, like Lawyer Koma said earlier on, the purpose for census. Now, for knowing the demography of the people that live within that community and how we go able to utilize that particular community in terms of their basic needs and necessities. Then, yes, what's in our for ask, Kroma, will this be a credible data for election purposes? Because if it is one of the purposes for collecting this data, will it be credible enough? Because take into consideration, in September, they do voters registration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that voters registration going to be the most legitimate document for the purpose of election, or now the census data will be used for the purpose of election? Because what's going to happen, the congested areas then that is southeast where we don't see, we don't go to 40-something-300s. Are they going to be the same people that will register to vote in that particular area? Let's say yes, agree. And then now you get about a couple of million or maybe 1 million plus people in way not register through this census counting we don't do. Let's say hypothetically, these people in our APC agree or disagree. I just they assume. And then you get 1 million plus people who will register now for the election as APC. So you don't see the conflict will get for face within the next couple of months going towards election. Because it's going to be a lot of discrepancy with figures, with census, and election registration. So what's going to be the legitimate documents where we get for use for conduct the general election come 2023? Is the population of Freetown going to be higher twice than what's in census they say? So what document is credible, census or the electoral commission their own data? Because again, NCI are responsible for registration for voters, right?
Mm-mm.
Not to NCI.
No, NEC.
No, registration of voters, na NCI they do the registration.
NEC.
Now let me do the registration.
Yeah.
Yes.
So who's NCRA come out?
NCRA, the only responsibility we then get now for register births, deaths, records of businesses, and then continue. They don't get nothing for do with elections. Okay. There was the idea, whatever the try for float say, for save costs, let them they merge their information. And I think then they do them at the background.
That's what I know. I
get people that we don't get experience with that.
That's what I know.
I get somebody will go on road transport for go do driving license. Then change the name. Now road transport. In name not they as he did in electoral voter card. So then sell on an NCRA. We go NCRA in a completely different name I get it. They mix up in name them. So this is another problem we'll get forgets during the verification for voter. The law specifically say they're not get no business for do by election. Not to their responsibility, na neck, and then get responsibility for do that. So immediately you don't begin try for match the information. There is a possibility for make you get conflicting information in the first place, but also problems that like what I just talked to. One institution they give Samuel Fode Mahoy. We're gonna other institution and they say Fode S Mahoy. What in the S stand for? You go on the other side, the other institution and they say Fode Mahoy. Are you talking about the same person? What's in the yardstick? What go for the challenges? You come by elections, election verification. If road transport don't save your number, if statistics alone don't save your number as your name as Fode Mahoy, you go to NCRA, then get
Fode S Mahoy.
Fode yes, Samuel F Mahoy. Nice, then get the. Then you go now neck get Mahoy F S. Are you the same person? If not election day, then go allow you for vote? I don't think so. So these are the problems, these are the challenges. And I think say the one that we draft the law, now then they try for avoid. Then they try for avoid. When come for elections, you see, then can country there like Saudi, because of the long history for try, test, and review them process there, they don't get things right. So when you enter a social security number, now you name na in they appear. It doesn't appear different time. You name and birthday, na in they appear. And then get away for verifier. If you call your name, and they ask you, when you call your name, they say, what's your social security number? What's your address? Because as you punch all the anything, they come up. So whether you move from one place to another, the information remains the same.
Correct.
But in
your address will change, but your social security will never change.
Will never change. So if you say Fode S Mahoy, Fode Mahoy, Mahoy FS, you put her. Then if they're confused, then they ask you for your address. If you give them different address, the different address appear for them 2 or 3 names then they ask you for a social security. As you give for the social security, then they're gonna say all throughout their name then they now the same person then they
yeah.
But we are not there yet. So we have to be very careful how we merge this information. And we're not going for.
But why do we need to merge it in the first place? Because there's 3 different purposes.
But it's supposed to be centralized by rights.
No. I can't. Let's just finish. I beg. So, Mr. believe say we for centralize the system.
Yeah.
Every citizen get forget a unique number. But we cannot get that information right if we are rushing in this manner. That is my point.
Yeah.
For country like it takes them years to get things right. They had the same challenges. Because in the example I give you, this me family, they go renew in driving license. When I ask for a name, they refuse for give in driving license. They refuse for renewal. They say because, as in the example right here, for the S Mahoy, in name come as Samuel F Mahoy. So they say no to the same person. So he has to go and authenticate that information from NCRA. When you go NCRA, now completely different. When you go NCRA, now other name, now the same name but they mix up as well. And when you look, so NCRA ask her for a voter card. In voter card show the exact name, but it is not the same. It is not recorded the same way at NCRA or the driving license office. So you don't see the difference what they tell you. So it takes years for make everybody able to come, verify that day, and get all of these things right. But if you rush, and want to do like I said for elections in less than 1 year, it go disenfranchise people there. You go now for go vote for the S Mahoy, for the Samuel Mahoy, now Indian you vote a card. When you reach there, you say a name for the Samuel Mahoy. They say no, not for the Samuel Mahoy. You get Samuel F Mahoy. So you don't go vote, not to you, because you don't get a unique number. So you don't see how people then get for. This is a situation where I don't find out in my research. Right. On what are the challenges we get for face the 2023 elections.
So again, let's look at the figures here. So if the population recorded now for Western area particularly is 662,000 rural, 662,056, yeah? And then, like you stated, T-Boy, these are the total population of the Western rural, and Western urban now 606,701 people. Okay, let's take Western urban. So if that figure then are the total population of Western urban, then come for register, you get 800,000 people will just qualify for register for vote, because it does not mean that if you did it, you qualify for vote, because citizenship come into effect as well, and age, all of those things comes into effect. If you get 800,000 people will register for vote, how do you reconcile that? Who said extra?
So let's just talk about the problem with it right now as we talk.
Right.
Whereas a lot of people don't already begin for, say, statistics alone, not for rely on the data when they don't publish. The SLPP party don't make full press statements on the 2nd of this month. I think they pull the statements, they publish on the 31st of May. On the 2nd statement. Say that they welcome the result, then believe the results. And then therefore they call on the NEC for request for that result day. Even though the preliminary result too, they say the NEC request for them and straight away go into action for go delimit constituencies and districts. The same day, the 2nd of June, NEC put out a letter, write a letter to Statistics Alone requesting for that information so that they will go do the work where SLPP party just asked them for do by press release. Even that one day, now part of the big problem who they face. Because this is not a verified result.
Right, it's preliminary, provisional.
Now provisional, preliminary results. But already, NEC don't toe the line where SLPP party, by the press statement, ask them for do. Say, when I go request for the results, now I go straight to the action. So, you go on for say then, therefore, what is the connection between the SLPP party, the government, and NEC? Right. So, there appears to be a connection.
So is there a coincidence?
A lot of problems already don't set the stage for a lot of problems on this one. But to your question, you record 600,000 people in the Western area. Where you yourself no say that 600,000 is not correct. So you go for see a situation where we will get more people register for votes than the population.
The actual population.
Actual population will not be published. So the question would be, therefore, what are the need for use this census for go ahead for do boundary delimitation? It is purely political. And that political action, they will cause a lot of problems for this country. Not just for the next election, but for other elections. Now, I'll tell you what thing will happen. And commentators, they don't project this even. And I think, say, one of the press releases where I read, also highlight, say, if this government insists, say, regardless of the chaos will come out from this census, if they insist they go with this data for go delimit constituencies, create new constituencies, create new districts, blocks, and all of that kind of thing, they will go impact the election. Another government come, then go do similar or worse things. And so we'll get a routine, same thing over and over and over and over again. Is this good for the country? Is this good for democracy? My understanding of democracy, now, government, basically by the majority of the people there, but also they respect the views of the minority. So that when I always go govern, now go get the rights for govern, but you're gonna get for do with consensus from the minority, as in this case, the opposition. But what we don't see, at least for the example of this census, that this government, they compromise with the opposition. They listen to what the opposition person they talk. They listen to what person the way contrary or get contrary view to what they believe in. They will not listen to you. They go along with the plan that they have and the plan that they have set. But this is the statement of the president. The president say anything what they do is carefully thought out, carefully choreographed, and is intentionally undertaken. And that is what they're doing. So is that good for democracy? In my own view, I don't think so. You need to govern without considering minority views. You need to govern with an idea, say, now what do you want to do? Now you do. And you crush opposition. Democracy is not for crush opposition or minority. Democracy now for making engage and persuade and tolerate, even when you don't agree with them. You get to put all of them here together. That is how democracy they thrive. But if you say an iron fist, straight jackets, bulldozing attitude, na chaos, democracy will not survive.
So, I can't talk about it just now, but in line with that, you don't mention the opposition a lot. So the leader of the opposition, parliament, before now, I think he was one of the people where been there initially where that fracas may happen, where they cherry other paper or not, for this same census issue. He categorically state the illegalities and the dangers will befall if they allow for go ahead with them. They indeed continued. So recently, now that they mention elections and using these statistics Sierra Leone data, where people have don't be suspicious about all along, it all writes a letter to the National Electoral Commissioner or the Electoral Commissioner of Sierra Leone. It writes a letter to them and highlights the dangers with this post and warn and say, do not attempt to use this data for anything with concern elections, either for add more constituencies or for proportional representation. I don't know if you see that letter and what's your take on that. Is that in line with the popular view?
I see the letter, but it's just consistent with all the views of the other people. But the fact that he come up from the opposition, the leader of the opposition in parliament, I think he carry a stronger voice, in terms of policy actions of the states. When you hear that kind of person talk, you for at least listen. But just at the time when that letter they be served, when they share on social media, almost instantaneously, as a response to the request of the SLPP party, the Election Commission put out a request to Statistics Alone for the data.
So that they care less about waiting anybody else talk. We're going.
So it brings me back to the same question why I raised just now. Is this democracy? Is this about democracy? Or is this about the bulldozing attitude of government? So, and I think this government, they pride itself in being a strong party where driven by their own motivations, their own plan, set out strategy for gain power, retain power, or win an election. They care less about what other sectors of the society they talk about. So it is not just the opposition. Remember, I mentioned, say, an organization like the World Bank, they expressed clearly significant concerns where any reasonable person where really they plan for country, for future generations, policy. If you sit down and listen, say, okay, let us sit down, let us engage. And it may not be expectation than me. And especially a government where they say they want to contest the next elections and win it. You understand? So if you get this idea, say, we will continue in power, then we should listen to what other people are saying, people like the World Bank. Because at the end of the day, you need these people to continue to be able to stay in power and to provide the services that you want to provide for your people. Because we not get them. Over 70% of the budget, they go to salaries. And it expand past right now. It expand past Dandy. So you rely on people like the World Bank for giving money for roofs, for continue for provide services. And yet when I tell you, say, you don't take me step, you say, no, I don't care nothing. So what they do, it is not just for the elections, the next election. It jeopardizes the interest of the country. This is what happens where starvation in our country. And you don't get people that for come out from abroad for can't help you now. Because you put up an attitude of arrogance. And yet you cannot even provide for your own people. So next time you can't beg me, I will tell you, say, but they tell you, say, you get problem, you need to listen. Then want me can give you money. Even if they give you on humanitarian grounds, and then they give you the time where you want her, and they give you the time where you feel forgive you. So now the poor people, they suffer. And these are the repercussions of moving forward with a census like this. But also, organization, they will not get nothing for, they stand election, like new, now a conglomeration of over 400 NGOs, as I understand them for me. And then they take part by election, then they monitor what that happen by election. Then we don't project, say, they not believe, say, this census now for development. And even if the census is for development, it even make them more important that they forget all things right. Go slowly, review, take the appropriate steps and make sure everything is right. Because now for long-term planning. But if not for politics, then believe, say, it was not right, it should not be done. And even after they don't do them, they still don't make suggestions, say, government for abandon the idea for use this particular data for whatever purpose they plan for user. So when you then get all of this diverse pool of people, experts and interest groups and people that are partners to you, then they tell you, say, this is dangerous, don't do it. And yet, you say, no, we don't. So that people tell you, say, we are set for further chaos, for even violence.
Right.
You know, because it's like in a sharp figures now people in throats, so never accept that. We're deep down, we all know, say, these are not correct information.
Yes. Okay, now bring T-Boy in. Yeah, T-Boy, over to you. I see you want comment or ask questions, and I see there's one active person at the chat group. Everybody else is, obviously contributing, and they enjoy the conversation. But Ronald Abu Bangura, very active. Ronald, if you want to, because you say you work at the census, we can give you an opportunity to call. The only thing is, the last time we gave you the opportunity, before the census started, you remember, T-Boy? Ronald was here. Yeah. Ronald was here. He justified, that the census will go on. But we gave him an opportunity to call, and he refused. Ronald, we want to give you an opportunity. Just give me thumbs up in the chat group. I'll give you an opportunity to call, make statements, and ask the question to our guest if you so wish. Please, I want for really hear what you go say, because you work, you say you don't do census or do research for over 2 years. But before the census, we asked that you call, but you refused for some reason. So we want to offer you the opportunity there.
Okay, just before Ronald talk. Just before Ronald, the other, yes, talk. There are two things, something you mentioned, very critical for people to understand. Where I lay out the argument for government about statistics alone, the capacity we then get, the intelligence, the best this, the best that. We also get contrary information. Now, within our public domain, say the leadership now statistics alone, especially the people that were directly responsible for the programming, control, direction of these census. They are people who have been caught using fraudulent qualifications. We use fake degrees for acquired jobs, fake qualifications, and so we don't put their reputation, their qualification, and everything associated with the work we don't do for statistics alone under this particular project questionable. So again, in line with all the arguments, and when Ronald they talk about him get the experience and don't work with them. So there are questions now hanging over the qualification of them people here. People don't justify it in your view.
Right.
For raise concerns about what are the motivation for go ahead with this kind of exercise where the very thing that they rely on, say when I get qualified personnel. There is now evidence, unrefuted. They're not denying. Say a fake degree and get. Now for people that want to go get degree from Dominion and then continue. Say you get degree.
The director of IT and data management.
This is what I'm saying to you. These are the people that were responsible directly for the management and control of the data. But then they put out the
and like you said, the acts where they not ideal for present day situation, because in that, if you say digital, you therefore explain the qualification and how to manage that information there, because it's not people and personal information. How do you manage it? How do you deal with falsification? Because I have to ask you that question, what is the crime if at the end of the day, whether today, tomorrow, 10 years from now, then prove, say, the people where they had statistics Sierra Leone preside over a fraudulent and falsified data for the people of Sierra Leone? What's the crime for that?
The act limit them to what in them do whilst they collect the data. Now that make us say the act itself is not sufficient for deal with present day challenges and for make them able to operate a digital census. The law not make that provision. So opposition party therefore rely on that day for even challenge and courts for say then get ground wider for caution. Because the law not make provision for digital census.
Right.
That questionnaire census. This digital census, now something where it's done at USA now. You get software, now like an app.
Yeah.
You upload, now what you put there now they pull. That is how it works. And they not get any verifiable system where they been promised prior to commencement. Say they go display them at the office. So when the information they can through, anybody want to go check, you go able to see how the information they can through. As we talk, that particular opportunity not available. So when we say, even if they later decide, say, we they make una understand how we get at this information. And I'm sure that is what they are working on right now. They didn't have it. For sure now say, now this way we collect the information. Even though one, we census officer them or enumerator not go every side. 2, they're able to talk to all the households. 3, they're able to return the tablet them. We still able for do this work. This law not make that provision. So that's in a big trouble for this census.
So that means, say, if the people decide for resign today or move to other jobs, that they not get to be held accountable. The reason they can ask because there is already, things from the grapevine, that the head of statistics Sierra Leone already don't already get or they sought job in another country. So as a principle, general principle of law, crime, because that particular offense is not crime. In any right. It, 100 years, like he still will try you and convict you for that. Like criminal conduct. Okay. So it no matter how you go. But when situation and information like that one they come out so people then get again I say me not they cast aspersions and then they condemn anybody. Right. But they draw inferences from information what we get. Now, because them here don't they happen, because people don't they concern, because they make trangailles, because they make by force, people don't go out for ask say why you are on the way for go for other job. Immediately after you do this trouble. Is it that compensation you get from the people that will recommend you for this job? Because I also understand. I get the same information when you get. Me not go out for talker. You understand? So people then get justification for the think the way they think. And I hope say somebody will be held responsible for what in the happen. So, and why I say that? Because now we come to you, we let the whole people are responsible. In my assessment of the law and the procedure under this act, where statistics Salome adopt, I tell you, I pinpoint in the way the law not make provision, we make the law weak, we make this particular exercise not applicable under the present circumstance. But also, I pinpoint what they don't do. Therefore, don't pass amendment, make sure say all this is updated and be part of the statute. Do not do it. When with people there, I also highlight, before I go to the second point, I also highlight the fact say statistics alone, there is no way, no term, one single term where they don't say we hold we employee responsible for giving us false information. Say then go outside and they record all man. Where now people that they talk say they're not gonna be also, they're not gonna be area, we not see nobody. What in us statistics alone then position? They hold anybody responsible. For example, if you get you census officer we're responsible for Wellington, now Freetown. And you say a lot of people and they now Wellington where they complain say they don't see no census officer, they don't see no
enumerator. What thing statistics alone do as a result of that information? You understand what I talk? Because if you make that census officer will get power for sign the result and submit them. If you make false declaration, you understand? The law say in the final and or go jail for 3 months. Did they do anything?
If they say you send people, but then people in the grumble say we not see people in our area.
Exactly.
Like you stated earlier, you for send other people, other senior people for go verify. Waiting at the reason. Are these the grumble people in the grumble now true? Nobody not kind of the area, or then just the try for create unnecessary problem. Actually somebody go there. But if
I think so. We don't cross that level.
Right.
Because statistics alone, the SSF admits say that could be a possibility.
That people not go.
People not go there. Because the SSF don't hear you the complaints. And they are not refusing.
So it's an admission of guilt. Right.
Yeah, and senior people in the country don't put out their own name. Say their own family. They not see nobody. And this is Freetown. This is not to apply the table. This is like Freetown. And they're not challenging people in this. So the question is, the census officer who is responsible for that area, they will reprimand them for giving false statements. Statistics alone reprimand that campus, the supervisor. They reprimand them for giving false statements. No, they don't do it.
Okay. All right, hold on there. T-Boy, I get Ronald on call. You want to listen to his call first before you make a comment?
Yeah, so make a comment.
Okay. All right, Ronald, can you hear us? You hear me? All right, so go ahead. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Go ahead with your comment, question.
Yeah. Yeah, now concerning this whole census, and I want to make it clear, so I not be woke na the census counting. Only that's me demographic for population. Like we they talk about those data where they get issues that the type D data the 2015 census. And they work like a project. I think most of those areas then give you for cover. We get for deal with 1 or 2 this we are in that in the form and enumeration area. Okay. So how we take a look at this whole census, that is why we have for better honest debate around them. There are so many issues that from how they pass the parliament, say them. What you only say no more than that. It is the politician where they win in this whole scenario because you get because we take a look at census data, I think 5 to 10%. Now, and then they use for political business like the banding, the elimination, other stuff. But actually, where you take because there are some questions we require from somebody, and there are so many benchmarks where they put. Understand the benchmark where they go inside the person sleep the night, the sense. You understand? So I take a look at and saying all of the politicians then are the win. Because another group, the members, they may not participate, while another group also that they are staying advantage, like the ruling government, use them advantage now. And then the other party use their of saying me people are not partake or people that they not partake. Now it's a justification like going forward. For God's sake, like 2025, we got forget another census. So the whole way man they talk about concerning the technicalities, how they go this data. For example, if you training data, and one party training, they're not for just use the tab. Where you go, you are poor, you're able to detect if somebody is mentally retarded. That these are things you very good. That make you take it in. You understand? Very good. These are things where they will figure out. And there are some ways, in fact, we ask these questions.
Okay. So quickly,
issues where you mentioned concerning the.
Quickly, Ronald.
Yeah, they get you.
Yeah. I just want to ask you. The the training where then give the people we conduct this? Because you say you not take part. Because my understanding was because the way you talk is like your comment has been like someone who actively participated, will be involved in this. But now, if you say you know do you know the training that was given? Firstly, secondly, I see you talk about the data. Say when the question say people not return the tablet, you say the data sync. Are you assuming or you're for sure that the data been the sync na the field to Statistics Sierra Leone, even if they not return them, then collect all the data?
Okay, one, I get colleagues, we all don't collect data, we then work like resource, and they give me updates. Mm-hmm. And number two, coming to this syncing, there are some data, even need internet for syncing. You understand? And I think it was that on a daily basis, they sync. So after field work, the supervisor can make sure everything correct, you sync the data. There are some applications we want to open up with some applications we don't because me they can't use as
you be
knowledgeable. I see exactly as it is. Adebo.
Okay.
There are some applications before you open them, it get space for even take a snapshot. So not to now some.
Okay, Ronald don't get a break in communication, but you can call me back, Ronald, where you connect.
Okay, one question we have asked Ronald before we come back.
Yeah, sure, say go to listen. Ronald, you did it?
Yeah, they get to now.
Okay. You break this.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, as I say, there are some pathway they open at the application, it therefore require you for dinner at the particular household. Because like what they say, involves so many things that they ask you for your kitchen, they therefore ask if you kitchen.
For dinner, whose particular household?
For dinner, your location. Otherwise, you need to go for the application.
Now, what you mean say?
Like them, they take a snapshot of some kitchen where, like, if you didn't also the kitchen there outside, then they get some landmarks. They also they take picture away for you access for navigate through. There are some questions where you know feel you need to navigate you through side for navigate you.
That now the host the way then go.
Yeah, host the way then go. And they talk about the real time data where they capture.
Right.
So it's impossible for let somebody just sit down. And these things you get for deal with GPS. You understand? So, like for filling for somebody or filling, informations of any other person, so no more like that. Mm-hmm. That is why I feel waiting statistics for doing now before people then begin to go to all these assumptions. Let them get it because the data is simple like a very big server. Make a projection, analyze all these issues like Tiboy they talk about occupation, whether these are all things we involved. They have to say the work, what do they do? How many women get? Some of these stuff. So these are things we Google tell you say. People that be there away and among them as a result of voting. Their occupation. I say these are all various parameters we will see from the data. It just left to maybe I think it go through process. When you take now bulk copy of a particular data, you see all these parameters we then break it down.
Okay, so one question I will ask. We're not able to forget access to the breakdown data. The breakdown analysis of the data. That one. Two, my second question, you make mention, say, there are some data there where you can sync without internet. I challenge that, because when I challenge that, you also mentioned, say, you need GPS. Right? So why do you need GPS for sync anything or for move to the next stage? How can you access GPS without internet?
Of course, there are some GPS setting. You don't need for the inside enclosed setting. They put it inside way common. I do not for let those in the outer space. You understand? And for let in at the outer space, you don't capture. That is why there are some. I'm not saying that in the usual. I don't tell you how this thing will work.
No, that GPS you're not getting no data way na internet connection. How do you connect to GPS without an internet service in that particular area?
It depends. It depends on the application where they use.
Okay, what
like for
application
example,
do you use?
GPS connectivity.
Which application will you use on the internet server in Sierra Leone?
No, I'm not. I will talk about GPS and then that's of the internet. You understand? Make I just make something clear here. The application where they use, you get some way they use, like if you want to capture GPS, you don't need internet. Then if you want to sync the data, you get some like 2 machines, like what will be the work? If 2-3 machines, the one I don't collect now, the particular enumeration area, one I don't collect. One I the cancel, one I the sync to the supervisor. Now syncing the not necessarily means when I just need like because also a router. I just the router when all the connect to not to the
internet, bro.
Connectivity
internet device.
Supervisor.
Ronald, a router is an internet device that gives you access to various connections. That is why it's called a router. Yeah. So I want to know how on earth you get access to a GPS system without an internet connection. That's one. 2, I want to know which software, which device you use for sync. Any kind of device will not get the same model without an internet supply. Because what you say so, now see what I do every day in my life. I have iPhones and I struggle right now for use Samsung because Samsung is not compatible with my iPhones to sync anything what I'm putting out Samsung day. But guess what? I can sync anything on my Apple devices because they all have the same connection. They are connected. Because the reason they are connected, I don't sign on to my iCloud. Now all them devices then do. So anything where I put from one iCloud, we get internet device, it automatically they sync to all my phone them we connected to my iCloud account. So I want to know how can you sync data in Sierra Leone without an internet device? You don't make mention say you need a router. A router is a hub for internet connection. So how can that be possible?
Make I explain this part again concerning the internet. You know, so we get some areas, internet to be specific, they talk about connecting to Orange and now you understand? You get some areas then where you go where this internet, this mobile company, the internet not available. So there you can work with GPS freely. And then how statistics work? Like for example, the tablet and a 5 tablet, all don't collect this data, but they can't sync to the supervisor. In syncing the supervisor now in syncing those data to the major cloud way like nine statistics, then they use.
So
it's necessarily you get to find somewhere I would say they get internet connectivity.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Where is the same thing that?
But that's the point I'm highlighting to you.
Hold on 1 second, T-boy.
They talk about collecting this data and syncing it to the supervisor. And this issue of GPS, once you just feel say you need to use GPS without the internet. There are so many GPS applications where they on board, where they use without it. There are some you just need for come outside. Then you get at the open space. Not to internet, you now try for explain.
But that open space, do you know what's there?
That open space is an internet open space because there is a Wi-Fi system where connected another internet space the way it is like an empty space. Because the world where we live is now concerning this, we company that who they use now directly like where they burn megabytes now
Okay, so internet not limited to
not limited to just mobile phone company. No.
Now you need to understand.
Because the internet service where you talk about now some hotspots where possibly sometimes an NGO gets when they use for their GPS system. So basically, if you have access to GPS installation on your device, you'll be able to access their system. There is no way on earth you can access a GPS system without internet. Internet is all over the world, wherever you go. It depends if you have
satellites, different forms of internet.
It depends if you have access to that connection. And you can gain access on hotspot basis.
And specific here to we mobile connectivity them in those every side network they now when I say internet.
Okay. Well, hold on for lawyer Ibrahim. I think a question.
We can't limit we access to internet based on mobile connectivity in Sierra Leone because that is not the only reliable source of internet in Sierra Leone. There are other forms.
That's a limited even. Limited access that one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Over to you, Ibrahim.
Well, basically, I don't think the man gets answers to my question, because one for ask him what the practice in terms of how, based on the explanation, how they can go get all the information and then later come sit down together and think. Who verifies what they brought in? Who verifies it? How do you verify it? We're not there for verifier. But okay. I don't hear a lot of statements from people that way disgruntled about payments. We're gonna feel. When they talk, say, now lie data and then they submit. Then say they say I make them not pay there. When they not pay there, how do they go work? Why they expect them for go work? They not pay there. I make themselves give lie data. And say, and there are testimonies of them saying that talk when they talk say you're not able to use the internet if you're not going to the host. It's in a lie. They say a lie. That's what they tell them in the train they say on a lie. Then they sit on one side, they feel all the other for feel, and then just press button. So that
was my question to where he say, oh, you're not able to do anything if you're not in a particular location. No, I don't know that sophisticated. For let you get Google tracking or GPS tracking for say you there na number 1 Pademba Road.
No, so
you press number 1 Pademba Road.
So I'll tell you something. That the idea that when they tell the people them, the people that they recruit say, if you're not going to social address, where you put the data, where you fix say you can number 1 passive as streets, you're not in a number 1 passive as streets. When you push the data, the system they reject that, so you have to be there. But later on, in the field of work, when I experience, I say it's just gibberish. It doesn't work like that. You understand? So they started putting in stuff, you know. So me not go sit down here say not true and they talk on a lie, but we don't read that statement and they from the people that we go. They say because one food not being there for it. Then they struggle for days. They go to village. They went not sabi. Most of these people are university students. Some of them never go to village. You go put in a village for 1 week, 2 weeks. Good food not there for eat. So they spend the rest of the time for go look for good food instead of you go do the work. They go work. Those are the statements that we hear, and up till now they not pay them. So some of them are the own money they use. So when money left them, and they insist say until they send you the data, you know they give them the money. He sits somewhere, give you fictitious figures, so that you go pay money. Now that they talk, that's social media.
So Ronald, you know, 2 questions for you before I possibly let you go. 1, do you think, as a Sierra Leonean, this midterm census was necessary? 1. 2, do you think or do you believe that the data collected and represents the population of Sierra Leone and the data credible?
Okay, make a try for answer 1 question where Mr. Koma talk about how to verify those data.
Okay.
For example, let's say like you're talking about GPS. There is a way where they connect your phone. Like me and a computer, I don't put computer. They get phones the way they give you. It connected to the GPS. Then connect. You know, GPS reading. I don't know, not to like one figure where they will manufacture. The only thing is where you don't sync the data. It left to the main server for let them verify. Because the GPS will control it. Like for example, you go work on site. Let's say if you go work na Freetown East, then you go enter GPS where they show Freetown Urban. You understand? So it left to the server now for pick that particular data up. And we got to for data cleaning. You understand? So that's why I'm saying verification. I feel say one way for verify whether this person go na the field or na the particular OCD. And we got so many landmarks. And I tell you about sometimes opening this application, you get first, like for example, if church day near the place, mango stick day, these are areas, toilets, these are areas. It takes snapshot for get you going. You understand? Then to questions the way, like if you want to verify whether what's in this person at the terminal, like women are season enumerator. If I come to you as I ask you for your name, you show me on how many way there, you show how many. You understand? Then I ask you, you get television, you say yes. Then I'm not just get for IT, you get television, I get for actors, if even lights in at the place. So these are all the ways. That is why I don't know, but for season enumerator, then get ready the training. It's hardly for somebody like for you understand. And then also you ask a question concerning whether this particular census was timely.
Necessary.
Yeah. You understand? Well, according to the to waiting government.
No, I say you, not to waiting government. Say not to waiting. Me say you as a Sierra Leonean.
Me honest opinion, I would tell you say, therefore don't wait till 2025. You understand? If me honest opinion, I tell you 2025 not the fact. You know, this if me honest opinion, therefore don't wait 2025. And then you ask a question.
Say with everything we don't happen, everything we surround this. Do you think, this data representative of the population of Sierra Leone 1 and 2? If you think say the data are credible, your opinion as well.
Yes, this time we get I am wrong. The data are not being representative. No means say credible. No means say flawed. Because you can go verify them, and now they say this not true, go under. When you go verify, the person go there. So for be careful, I can always say the data might not be representative like for two regions, the western area and then that of the northwest and the northeast. Because there are so many people who left there where they not captured. So I go tell you say not representative, but I'm not going to tell you say it is flawed or credible. There's a different way you say credible. That's now.
I support you 100%. You're perfect.
Now I can ask you question. I say your opinion. I not tell you say if I agree say flawed.
Well, to me still say this data credible. Only that not representative 90% to the population. But again, like they say, we get so many NGOs, we get so many developmental activities where also they collect data. Where very much simple way government they use. You understand? But the only thing maybe they say here again, we get them wrong. One, before don't condemn those who come out and tell people that for participate initially, and then we condemn them now before we speak on some of these things. We condemn them back then we condemn. These are things when are bad incidents.
So you think say
condemn them now?
So should we condemn the people who protest about the illegalities and all the other concerns where even international community raise, or we for condemn the government for acting regardless of the views of the people of Sierra Leone, because they say now people census, but the people then say, one, it's not timely, two, the process will not go, including the international community advice and withdraw and technical support as well as financial support in the 11th hour. So who do we for condemn? The Sierra Leoneans will protest, because waiting and protest at that time is what now they would so right now. Now this fear them in get. Now we don't can land this. So should we condemn them for that or condemn the government for not listening?
We did talk about those who protest, but if you compare the population to those who protest, those who don't protest, you far outweigh them, the one that they protest. And then so the international donors, I think NSF, they play a two-faced role in all of this. You understand? If you watch the launching, I think a partner was there. One of those international partners was there.
No.
It's self-confirmed. So for them...
On the launching, nobody not been there. The day where they go to President Madabio, nobody from the international community was there.
No, I mean the open launching, I think, the statistics office. So somebody make a statement from the international community. And then we see them just launch this census. We see again the same World Bank way we draw. They give them support. So to them, then they play two-face. And if actually suddenly all of them they come out and say no, this is not timely. This census not for don't reach here.
No,
but they came out.
No.
Go ahead, Mr.
Brother, I think I need for correct you, Yana. Sorry, I don't normally like for do what I do so, but I think say you miss a point. We're very, very valid. If you be listening to the initial comments they were make, I say all the international partners, the way you think say you be the see, they were all there because they believe the story where governments give. Say one, the importance of the data we're missing from the last census. Now that they're able to pinpoint how many people then they specific side how many houses they did Pacific side, for help government for plan. So then buy into them. Everybody come, then give the initial money, then support, provide technical people there. Bring come people there from Malawi. I forget to mention now, Andy. The team from Malawi, now if it don't be like the independent body for review all what in statistics alone do. But because the World Bank pulled out, and I independent people here, the people themselves turn back. That is the information I have. And because statistics alone don't even make mention of them anymore.
But letter there to the effect from World Bank as well as the Minister of Finance writing letter expressing their disappointment to the World Bank.
Yes. So what you make the reason why what you for understand Ronald that the fact say people they come in willingly for support, despite waiting the other Salon people in the race. But what you need for know now, why is people don't come inside? Then they with you now, they self-observe for themselves. Say, things then they when they happen, why is then they when they say not happy with, they say, okay, let's stop, just hold the brakes. They don't say, no, continue. We don't continue. They say, no, hold the brakes, now we review how we don't come out. That was the suggestion of the bank. Now review how we don't come out, make sure say, one, we check all the pilot phase. Now review the pilot phase. Secondly, we check the people that don't train. Now we check, now make sure say they understand how to use this tablets and the software, how to transfer all this. Now then the government check, they say, no, we'll not get time for that. So this is just example. So not to say that two face. So if somebody say, no, check this out, don't come out, if not correct thing they do, you also correct thing they do. If people they understand, if people they work with they understand, not understand. I think say if you now possibly they get good intentions, but still no way for listen. Say okay, no review because it's not your partner there. But if the opposition and other Sierra Leone people and they say no, do this here because with the fear say you might get this thing wrong, you don't listen. Then you partner now when they work. Instead they say okay, well, no review just in case we make small mistake, no correct the mistake then before they move forward. You say no. I don't care if I make mistake, no, just move on. That was when they say, okay, if they insist, say, now so you they go about this year, we no longer part of it. That was when they backed out. So I just want to put that out there for correct what you see.
Yeah, and one point again, because any data collection so far, even with basic dissertation the way they do, we get what you call a pilot phase. When you pilot them, and they give you the step for go forward. I feel saying now from that pilot phase, and for don't hold on to, then outside and go launch the pilot phase, we are in the consultant they not be there. Because if then they when you don't whatever like big data collection like this, you have to do it, you do pilot and first. When you pilot and then they tell you okay, you go able to do them, you not go able to do them. That they will not go to do some corrections, then waiting for correct to know for correct. So where we are who started left now say that's what they reach now for train enumerators them for going to field and then they come back out. So these are some of the questions that when me personally I begin to ask. Who said them they launch this pilot, then they give them to go ahead for continue with this. And looking at the heighting of the COVID, I think that COVID alone for don't send a message say, hey, this COVID get for take a long time. Why we not go wait? But you know, me that make most times again I blame the international partners in all of this. You see, because they provide such money. How come when I don't do pilots, we will have for validator? Because now the pilot phase, after the pilot phase, we will have for validate the work for going forward. Then how comes now I can't reach now when they train surveyors them, enumerators them for going at the field after 4 or 5 days.
So was it too late? Was it too late for stop at that time? Because they don't stop at the pilot phase.
Any data collection so far, any data collection, even with the basic dissertation. Now pilot phase, now you validate. If you see able validate, I need to give you edge for carry on. After you don't pass now pilot phase, I don't feel say anything because this they take a portion when I go do they don't have to check whether the computer they okay, I don't have to check which question they want need for carrier those so many things I don't have to check out on validate on correct and they want to go forward. So if you don't pass now pilot phase, I know that don't say when you pass now pilot phase, you don't say yes, we can go ahead again with the work.
So again,
you know the past pilot phase that you go through.
No, again, you missed something, Yanda. You missed something day back. Now, with respect, the bank say we don't do the pilot phase. Now in December. Not forget say the pilot phase started without the statutory instruments.
Right.
It started without the statutory instrument. When we say we illegal at the time for go about what they do. So I think say this is something when me just think I might be wrong. I think say the fear of the government was that if they review the pilot phase, therefore don't discover say they did things that were illegal and therefore they would have recommended to quash it and start again. Now that ain't not one for them. It was going to be risky for them. That is my own conclusion. My own conclusion might be wrong. But I think that they refused to do the validation of the pilot phase because they know say if they validate the pilot phase, therefore they don't discover, say, there were many things that were wrong. And so they need to correct them. And then not one waste that time there again for correct them. And I get this from the Minister for Development. He said, when they can tell and say, for can do review back, then they tell us, then think say no, because time not been there in favor because COVID we don't eat too much time. So them, as far as they are concerned, they were more concerned about the time rather than doing the correct job.
And people have been always concerns even before that. When people begin a sumu midterm census, then say una go through the correct channel. And people raise concerns say you cannot be doing cartographic mapping while you don't go through the process yet. And then we don't go far, then don't independently do their own things there without the knowledge of the general public in disguise. Because say at that time, what they did was to start talking about NCRA. So now that people have focus been there, then divert people their attention. Now for use NCRA data for elections, whilst they can do the cartographic mapping, without the care of anybody else. And
so today, the other information we come on out today, now that they don't even start for do boundary delimitation.
Oh, then don't start.
That's so the other information.
Right. All right. Tiba, you got any last question for Roland?
If we don't get snap press release, where you come out.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Roland. Okay, I don't get any question for Roland.
Yeah. But you just now say you say now from that point that if you don't get press release, will come on.
Yes, from that point now they if we don't get now left rather than waiting on like how Mr. Cole, because myself I realized that I think the validation before the instruments or something like that. And now from now get now the letter backing out, we not for don't reach now this stage.
No, but are you blaming the one they back out or they blame the one that we refused for listening in the first place? World Bank not they just come out and can make statements. I want you to understand how this international institution works. Okay? Then we don't do a lot of dialogue behind the scenes. They are constrained now because they're not able to reach a headway, make them can do a press release now. Otherwise, if governments been don't listen to them earlier, they're not for do a press release. Now, because government fail for do and then don't see the dangers behind it, now make them come out publicly and say, we are hands off this, both technical advice as well as financially. Our name is not going to be part of this census.
All right, Juma.
Yeah.
I think Ronald is a very hardworking young man, and I can see his enthusiasm. I understand who side you come up from, because when you day in that sort of professionalism, you don't want other people to jeopardize possibly your good intentions and your good work. So I 110% agree with most of what he said, because as a practitioner myself, I will not sit back and allow the media we may serve being crushed into some kind of disarray and unable for start in defense. Say, yes, these people might have gone the wrong way to do X, Y, Z, 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 but guess what? That is not the normal practice. I can understand that. But one thing we have to make clear, now, we cannot be playing around with the language of saying credibility or non-credibility. When something is not credible, it is fake. So we should stop about saying, oh, credible, there's a technical term behind it, it might mean X, Y, Z. When you look at this particular bottle in my hand and say, this bottle is not credible enough for me to drink my water from it, it means it is not legit, it is not fake, it will kill me, it will harm me. I'm not going to touch it. So anything that is not credible is fake. So if anything that you're talking about credibility of this data, but it has to be verified, what are you talking about? Why can I, what's make African begin go, you prove to me, say, these documents who you bring out to me, credible. Because we don't challenge this now, say, your document is not credible. So you prove unto me, I am not going to find out whether your document is credible or not. So you can't tell me now, say, the data that you have on my document or on my database collection, these are the evidence.
Let them prove you wrong now. Let them prove you wrong, say, where you claim now.
So we didn't accuse you, and then we go begin finding way back how for can prosecute you. No, when we don't accuse you of something, can't defend yourself to use and say, no, what's not they accuse me for wrong? To me, it's simple. We don't put together, like what you clearly say, they will ask you a series of questions in terms of collecting all this data. Because the purpose of the census, as you clearly don't say, with what you don't learn as you experience, when you collect database, it comprises of so many things. It's not just about the population figure, but the location of where you are, the facilities that you have access to. They don't ask you if you get television, if you don't get light in the use. It's an inappropriate question. So basically on your database, now skip. Because it is not relevant. So we'll go ask somebody where they live in a village where they get even solar lights, say, oh, how many solar lamps you gonna use? So basically, all I'm saying, we don't have the breakdown of this document, and if it was recorded in any means whatsoever, it should be somewhere. Let me say, for example, they record this data, whether it's legit, whether it's credible, whether it is not credible. Show us. Let me look at the data now and say, okay, this not match, okay, this match. That now we on point now for say, will they investigate your data and find out whether your data is credible or not. But as far as we're concerned, your data is not credible enough to be used in any statistical data for me to be able to develop any area in a salon, because it will be a wrong data. World Bank not say so. World Bank, then they do things based on the economic growth of a country. So if your growth in population is lower, how can the World Bank support you efficiently? If you are falsifying documents for generate funding for the World Bank, and the World Bank know that, how can they believe in your data collection? Because that same data they want to provide, so now the same data get for going to all the international communities. Now they don't go to all the international funding schemes. Then now they go to all the countries the way they support African donor country. Them now that same data they need to use.
Okay.
Strongly saying that data is credible enough for me to be able for use them, because that same data they name back we self get for use as Sierra Leoneans. For example, now I have to go create employment something maybe na Makeni or maybe na Pujan. This data don't tell me say there are 5,000
young people who get first degree where are able for the job employment.
Now what's in the data say? Oh, I use them. I reach Pujan. Then I begin ask, say, let me call my first consultation meeting. I want to see all the graduates them within this particular township because I want for create job employment. Simple. Nobody arrive. What thing I go do next? So we got to look at some of the
move God aside.
Thank you. So we got to look at the issues. So because I saw we go lose us because we're so dependent on foreign aid. If the foreign aid they come, then they go do survey in the field. Before ever they begin disburse money. We don't meet people the way they can't say, we say, okay, when I talk saying 5,000 people in also, so they apply for funding, they will not say 5,000 people in the also. Well, of course, now only get people in the But when you beef the numbers up, it increases your capacity of funding. We all know that when they say that in Jonas alone. So why you want for go and come now to the legitimate documents where the government we as citizens in Sierra Leone? So look, not begin a bit around the bush and say, use the words them and put the right tonation around them and make them sweet. When something is not credible, it means it's fake. Period.
So Roland, waiting are you comments before I let you go.
Yeah, so like how T-Boy, and I believe safe now, most of this explanation we don't be concerning this census. I feel say people that don't participate huge, but it was so much politics, too much time there around the census, too much. Like how T-Boy explain, so these are data we get for use wrong. Why? You understand? But because the politics be true and the census, we see what we don't see so. And I will agree for call this data say not credible. I would prefer I say not representative. It just rather on the part of statistics, they don't ever make the dashboard open to the public or open to certain people that way say those stakeholders we want the part of this. I sure say those dashboard then be open to them. These are every day the data already they see the spreadsheet and the website. This issue of saying various parameters, how many school people and then the age, these it's a whole we it's so they get a whole questions. They get a whole question where they take it out for 45 minutes or nearly 1 hour for just complete and how to get all details. So it's just that maybe people that debate for see the dashboard, same way the work they go on. But I don't say any partner group or any interest group, if you want to get those things, they end up not saying they get for publisher. It's just that they get the right process. So
if you've been there in real time, what is it? What is taking so long to formulate them? Rona, I will let you understand. Say we waited at this studio here.
Say you get process.
Whose process?
No, Ronald, you don't know. Ronald, you don't know half of what's in. You don't know.
Let me then call them provisional results.
Roland,
but they're going to use it now for help for divide constituencies and places.
Roland, you don't know half of what you will do as in Wikipacity. Yeah, I will say about a year and a half ago, we were doing surveys on the program they would do. Here and there, right now, we put the questionnaire out and then we wait for the result and we announce the result immediately after the program, before the program done. That's now computerized statistics at the table. So right now, where lawyer Kenema at the table say, I can see in America, I conduct a technological database collection. We are not even need for this alone. I can do it from me desk here, so sit up. All I need for do now forget all the contact details of all the people and where they now official Airtel or whatever the phone devices they did. Then I pay them phone company. They say, give me your database. I will send them a statistical survey when I just yes and no, and you get 10 units of a free voucher. And they conduct me survey, simple one, and then they get one back just by sitting on my desk. All that money what they spend for go begin pay people and for go be invigilator is not even necessary. Because I can sit on my desk and conduct a survey in a salon where they tell me exactly how many people and they will get black ptosis. No more. Whether you like to me now, you don't like to me. Statistics is not an exact figure. It's an approximate figure. Because not everybody is going to partake in that particular survey. But you just need to have.
Not left one alphabet.
I like his conversation. I like to engage with him, even though it has to go. But I think we'll have to find a time where they get more discussion on this particular statistics data collection, because you seems to be like a very nice gentleman,
and he's passionate about.
And you're passionate because
data collection. That's what I like about him. The only thing is.
I don't have any
try to beat around the bush with.
Don't beat around the bush because
you mess up for yourself.
Thank you. You see, on a kind of salon, it's needed.
It's not about beating around. I don't collect demographic data from 2 years, and that's why when you talk about to island, I don't go outside. I don't go na Bont Island. Woman they go to the village. Woman they enter those shoes. You can imagine those places are still existing. You know, when you train with family, you know, go watch. You know, go they ask for people who don't go around that to island. They know those areas. I don't go outside where they take. So there are some where I can go. I can take. Again, I don't go to a particular section. No school, no day, no primary school, no secondary school. These are areas where I don't visit Anabon's Island. So like, how they explain this? Like, when me get the practical knowledge, I know how these things. I'm the honest opinion I could give, and also they're not published. Like how they say, you know, the thing it gets.
Ronald, you don't go on a bonds outside, then they tell you say Ronald, you don't go on a bonds outside get so much restrictions. Meaning they go far to bonds and they tell you about Freetown. You know how many cave settlements inside Freetown we don't know what? You know how many cave settlements where they inside Freetown, central Freetown, where you don't know what? Statistics they each day.
They're not even know say exist in
the please.
So like I no, so like I say, there is no data with
Thank you.
%, you know, that is why we get
anyway.
Let me not allow a handful of Sierra Leoneans telling us what they want us to know and they expect us to believe it because they think it's credible. I will disagree with that.
No. Anyway, thank you so much for calling. We appreciate your time and data and everything, you know, and your contribution. You've been very passionate in the chat group. So keep participating, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roland. Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right, so let me try for get Lawyer Koma for calm roundup for we.
Before Lawyer Koma roundup, I just want to make one thing clear. If Salon begin go around the process of creating communities that possibly should not exist, except when they talk like a joke say, Konoga for be the next to they take out of Salon map. Now don't go do the go so. Over to Lawyer Koma. Lawyer Koma, over to you. I don't say Juma for making round up, but before you go for round up, let her engage you small. Now we don't talk about the separation of constituencies, yeah? The government's ready for give everything possible now, all the new township that they will for create. Is it just not about creating them for political purposes? I don't really care about. They're ready for make sure say that particular area that they go begin section out, they forget everything necessary for suits them.
But to be fair to the Minister for Development, in last interview on AYB, where it give me small comfort to the extent that he say anybody where they talk about using this data for create new structures in terms of further dividing the country, creating administrative districts or constituencies, he say not the right thing for them. This it came from him, the minister. He said he always gets concerned from 2015, and you know say the use of the data in 2015 for create new administrative districts and the constituencies that will come out from it was unwise. Because what now they do, they increase the pressure on government, and government not get resources to provide for everything. See, because when you create new settlements, new districts, new constituencies, you give them people and a sort of autonomy and make them begin feel, say, they also deserve what the other people then get. And then begin put pressure on government. And now government's responsibility. So he say this particular data, he not think say government for use them, and he not think say then they use them for create new administrative districts. However, he said he assure people then, assure listeners and viewers, say, go discuss na cabinet and persuade cabinet not for use this for that purpose. He say because they discuss cabinet discussions na TV. All right?
Okay.
So now they hang up. But I be just want for put that out there. So I go be fair to them. In terms of why I don't quote them about in the way he talk, we actually go against their own policy on the census. So I want to give credit for that as well.
Okay.
But I think there are a few steps we need to take as a country, not necessarily statistics alone, but the government. I think there's a matter of urgency. Government for recognize they don't misstep. They don't take missteps along the way through this census exercise. And they have spent a lot of money. And up to the time when they talk so, the people that will go do the investigation, when they call enumerators, then they're on their neck for their money. Every day in the post on social media, go protest here, go state house, go this, that. It's embarrassing. Government not get money.
The signboard, now then go pull na the other place that statistics one sign at the southeast. Then pull the signboard. They say since they not pay them today, then they go with the signboard now.
So they tell you about marching to state house. They say na regional office they go put signboard. And they tell you about these are people who don't march, not to want not to them. They are marching to state house. So imagine presidents get delegation where they turn a state house and there are these protesters outside. For waiting, for statistics, money, when they don't go do work, when they not pay them. Government not get money. Why? Because the partner will be undertake for pay, pull out from census, and government continue. It's embarrassing.
And so who are the partner then go ask? Not all the officials and then driver the way they wait for the remote car. What was happening out there?
Yeah, exactly.
The driver they will explain. That's how they gather their information.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. And then they buy newspaper the next morning. And then they begin discuss with. So but then people are so they make empty pocket, they not get nothing, they make proud. And then they begin contact the World Bank people then. They say, but not many people they bongo vote, they not get nothing and they make arrogant. So this is how you lost your reputation. Me now work with organizations like this. I know how they share information. One telephone call don't turn to conference call. So me think as a matter of urgency, government for call all the stakeholders to a meeting. First of all, just call all the stakeholders. All the people that were interested by this year. INGO now, political party or World Bank, they are so okay, this thing that's so it don't happen, that's so it happen. No hang it. We don't make mistakes. We say be the feel say when I will continue to be, but this is how we have come, how far we have come. What do we do? People that don't get sense to. People that don't get sense in the world. There's something manage bad situation and turn into good situations. So calling a meeting is always good. People can go share ideas. I'm sure if the people that vex say they must bring solutions forward. Opposition party that vex say they get their own idea how to do this. My first tweet at the time where as I watch the presentation, I tell them say this data is only good for 2025. Now very good stats for 2025 census. But other than that, it is useless as it is. So that is a stepping stone. I mean, they might not listen to me, not necessary. My advice not even necessary. But let them call stakeholders. Stakeholders then get reason why they call them stakeholders, because they get voice. They have a right to say what they're saying. And always listen to people. You know? Now, when you listen to them, they go for fair ways how to deal with the present data. Once they deal with the present data, then they can move from there. You know? Then go develop roadmap for the next one, how to update this information. You know? Sometimes they're not going to spend much more money for the next one. All we say need for do now for strategize on how to update this one. Continue for update them till we reach user we reach. You know? Then also look at the law. Try to amend the law and modernize it. Provide training on the use of technology. Most of the people that want to go train so bad, nothing else about. Because the initial idea was that they train people there, bulk of people. And then from that pool there, then they select the best. But because of the rush, then just send all man and go and feel. If you Sabina and not Sabina, go ask your supervisor, will show you.
If now you teach your supervisor now, nine that.
But on top of that, the other challenge is that some of them people are already don't train, they don't do the work.
Yeah.
Then go bring other people there and say, "Bo, party go do this tier." What the money we shape. If they pay you 300,000, give me 100,000, you take the 200. So man go glad this because you not get work.
Mm-hmm.
Now then the minister say, you know, so all of those challenges, deal with them, provide training for people, then give them contracts.
And what we used to know before now college student, they with the university, they be take and train because already then get a background, you know. Yeah. And they can start from nothing. But you can't give somebody something when they use proper phone, you can't get them an iPad for go use for collect data. Not so well.
Yeah. So me and my own thing and Andy review the whole system, and then the provisional results. They discard them, but update them. They're not able to use them as it is. You know, look at the presentation of Officer City Council make in that letter.
Yeah.
Pastor no. Really, he hates Salon so much. Now they look at that data, they say no, this is because these are references from government documents as recent as 2020.
Right.
You understand? And results and studies what they don't do 2020, 2021. So how do you dispute that? Including projections of the ministry for provide food for Pekin. So when me say the Pekin where they admit a Baku pass down there, they say but we able to provide food. When they look at situation we provide food for 800,000.
Yeah. So then they target 800,000 Pekin and adjust the western area.
The western area. So even that population, that Pekin population alone, it passed the census result. So how do you justify? How do you deny that? When a young government department that they own statistical result than so let me say then the results for the Pekin and number what they get, we pass that day for Western. How do you challenge that? So me thinks in a time where therefore puts ego aside and then put the country first. And then do the best thing. Just put people then together. And I think a lot of Sierra Leoneans don't they always talk about this because of the peculiarity of our situation. And the way bad things don't go so bad in our country. We really need people there for make sacrifices and put the country first. For help this country, not for go worse past without the rich. You know? Because I also hear from government offices. You know, I see the minister to rad Senesi or Sise, be the talk say
Senesi for lands.
Yes. If they talk write a piece where they talk say President beyond they appoint people and they decline. So if you don't reach that level, when people they refuse to work with you, you have to consult.
Yeah.
You know? And the president say don't talk on the radio. He say president my TV. Say president they appoint people and they decline the appointments.
That's because for concern.
It should be. So now that make them always suggest say you get for the make consultations. Because some people, they're not so saying they hate you, but adjust your style. They're not able to adapt to that kind of style. Where you push things in your own way, and happen. People that don't use for sit down and talk, brainstorm, agree on a point of action, and then we'll move forward. People are not used for making sit down and tell them for, hey, go do so. Somebody able for survive under that kind of situation. So even if you want to get a ministerial position, we tell you, say, no, sir, thank you, sir, but I will not. I don't want it. I cannot do it. And they give you an excuse. So that is my own suggestion, and I hope say they listen.
Thank you so much, Lawyer Ibrahim Soikoma. We're glad you were with me this evening and give we all your time for break down things, the way you do them. So make complex technical things become so easy. And I hope, people go able to understand the background behind this. And like you stated, we are not discussing this because we hate Sierra Leone. If we don't follow and follow food, we just sit on a corner. But it's concerning, for so many reasons. Let's say, for example, I don't like President Bio's government. And then we keep quiet and move on with this, flawed or questionable data. And then someone comes who is a president that I like, but we're going to rely on this data to do stuff. What happens to Sierra Leone? That's a big danger.
That's not just the new president. I mentioned Gishno, say, we budget, so get. We're not able to run government. We depend on other people. So let's take Freetown, for example. Freetown are 1.something million people. You don't can push census now. It's in at 600,000 people. So say the mayor for don't make a budget, say, who wants help for 1.6 million people, 1.3 or 1.4 million people. You don't can put, say, the population will reach 1.2, 1.3 million, that's 600. So the people that go begin watch the mayor say, you can't send me budget for help, for projects, for cover 1.2 million people. Where you government, they say, that's 600 in. So you expose them to very serious reputational damage. Correct. Number one. Number two, what you also show that you reduce the competitive advantage of your institutions, like local council, for money where they don't access. Say, for instance, when I get the donor gets money for a threshold of a population of 500 people. They say if you aren't qualified for this, you go forget people away, they are above 500. Your real population are 800, but your census don't can show say, your census they show say that 400. It disqualifies you immediately from making a bid when you don't get that money there for implement project in your constituency. That's not the biggest. The third one, it undermines government efforts for raise money for implement policy. Because even though they say, okay, we'll maintain the population, all right? Then when you approach a donor for money, for support, usually they don't know then the same thing for can observe.
Right.
The assessments get for sure whether the information we provide for them is credible or not. You say, my biggest province, and my country, that the East today. All right? The capital city in a small number of people in the then they don't come, that the capital city force they come. It take 2 hours for come out cutting tree for reach Eastern Police. 2 hours. Why? Because the city is congested. Then you watch your data. Tell us there are 600 people in there, 600,000 people there. He said, what's going on? 600,000 are able to manage this kind of population.
Right.
Then he called the ambassador or the high commissioner for one country. Say, now 600,000 people in there. How they able to manage traffic? He said, no man them people. They don't have how much people in this country. This whole thing. So straight away, this evaluator will come. They begin think that we can't not get capacity for even determine how many people they want to provide basic social services for.
Right.
So what they do? They follow up. He say, then people have one for help them, not provide capacity for us. So they will go determine first how much people they get. You know when they go again at the east, but go check. No, he said they not get capacity because that brother high commissioner we don't call. Where in there, it don't draw a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Then people they don't know how much people they get. So immediately, what's it to go wasting time? Because how them where they operate now information sharing, then they share information.
Right.
You understand? So you yourself you undermine your own policy. You undermine yourself. So that make this data government not for shame. Just call all the stakeholders. Now the best excuse and they say no engage. What you for do? How for updates, review, and make sure say this money we don't spend, not go for nothing. Because it's a lot of money, you know. If you discard them, they go for nothing. We should not. If we use them for other purpose, if we continue for update them until we get all things right. Once you get all the stakeholders together, everybody approve what happen. When I get evaluation, when I get validation of the team there, and all agree on the all man satisfied. That's it. That's it. Everybody accept and say, this is not the right population. This is how, even the one that maybe they hide, they say they do. Then they come forward now and say, no, they come. We're not country. That's how things happen. Then I make some country, then if you look at the Scandinavian country and they progress, then they listen. I like now 5 people then get that. When I go protest about, then they send representative of government for go listen to what they talk. Then they dismiss when I say, they're angry, they're angry. When people they say they go protest for social thing, then they give us security, but they send official for go listen and record what they talk. Government they can review them and take action on that. That's how people move forward. That's how they make progress. Not about go tell people that but I told them that's what they deal with them. You cannot deal with your own people. Now bad planning, man. They have a plan for deal with your own people. Because at the end of the day, when you are president for everybody, for the whole country. And when the pressure they so right now, they already feel more than the president. Because it's also the other angry Boku, it's also they say blackout, it's also they say what's another. The pressure they on leadership at this level, not to picking business. Now that make way Bakaba and the Pakoma will talk say for run a country like Salon, you get to be extremely patient and give people them platform. Mm. And I think that leader and another go for member because of what they do. The tension was not as rife as it is right now. Under this administration, Salon is completely divided. It's a lot of tension over the last 4 years. 4.5 years. So much pressure. Pressure there on government, pressure there on opposition parties. Even opposition parties, when they don't blast for government, since they blast for them back, they say that they compromise. That's the kind of tension we are in. The only way we're able to sort all of this, the leadership therefore temper down, be moderate in what they do, use consultation rather than this approach they get. It doesn't work in a democracy. I mean, your view that one. I think say they get for listen to all the thing them. That's the bad approach. For me, he say, I'll not care about. They say not use the data. This is right. You say risky. This they say they violate constitution. This they say they cause chaos. You say, I'll not care about. Not move forward. You cannot always dismiss people. You know. Last topic. Thank you for the platform.
Thank you so much, Lawyer Koma. Thank you, and we hope to get you back soon. So we're on our way from we always appreciate you. T-Boy, your short rounding up statement, and let we round up.
I think we don't discuss the statistics data today to details, and I feel say everything we don't talk about makes so much sense to viewers. I know it's been very engaging, and today they left we out of the dark because we are here to learn a lot. So today we don't learn a lot about the possibilities and impossibilities, the terms that we can use for make sure say we try for be politically correct, or we try for be constructive in our words, or we try for be saying the things in the rightful manner for make we not upset anybody. I think we should be stop thinking about those ways of constructing ourselves. I not say abuse anybody, but we get for begin talk things as it is. We not need for begin beat around the bush and make sort of statement and for suits anybody who feel to say need to be suited. So I want to say thank you very much to the conversation, the chats, both on YouTube and WhatsApp. I've been following it greatly, and I think everybody is quite happy and impressed with Lawyer Kurma, because I believe say just come talk on the platform like saying a lawyer, but it try for analyze everything done and break and down and bring out all the legalities that we involved in actually going ahead with this census, some of the challenges they all go face, and you look at back again for what's going to happen in the short run in the future if we continue for stick to the data we this census don't provide, how we will look like a laughing stock within the sub-region and to international funders then. And I think I've always said that if this document is going to stand the times of whatever it is something that we have to deal with, and it will affect the country greatly, because it means the data is wrong. We'll not be able to actually quantify within the requirements of the citizens of Sierra Leone. So we therefore think about it and make a mindful judgment. I not say scrap them, I not say dissolve them, but it has so much implications that are not correct. So we either fix it or we just abandon it, because that would be the only option. If we can review it, it's going to take another whole process, and at the moment we don't have time for that. At the same time, when the nominee gets for wait, it's the same time we don't have now to review. So basically, we have to put it aside and we revisit them if anything ever happen in terms of using it as a data collection in the short term. So I will say thank you once more to viewers, and don't forget for joining me back again next week for another edition. Do you want to get same back to back next week, right?
There's a likelihood we will get back to back next week.
Okay.
So and next week is gonna be more controversial.
I know.
And we will not come, but we will put out the flyer out there soon. So keep watching. Sure. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fiery next week.
Right. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for being part of this, and thank you for your contribution. And we hope to see you guys again sometime next week on a Wednesday and on a Thursday. So stay blessed. And by the way, I just want to extend me appreciation to one of the consistent YouTubers, Peter. I think he's sick, he's not well. So speed recovery, man. I don't see them he's sick very hard now, they watch me, but then not them. Now for telling them, they take them, may not watch you too much. Now sleep you have can sleep, so now we'll hold you up for too long. So stay blessed.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Lawyer Kurma again. And Ronald Abubangura, we take time for call from Bo for contribute. We appreciate you. And more like War Boy by Camara. Sorry, we will not be able to pick your call, but hopefully next time we will get you. And all the people that will contribute now, the chat group, both on Facebook, YouTube, and the personal messages that they send through. So we, without now not get program. And definitely next week we'll go to me, Jumaba. They say Tata on behalf of the Sierra Media team. Good night.
Mina Yvonne Akisoyer, Mayor of Freetown, and I'm really glad for telling all I'll do and Boku Tenki on this my 4th anniversary in office, 11th of May 2022. I come into office with a commitment for transform Freetown. Not to work with me one able do, now work with all they do together. 4 years on, I'm so grateful to God and everybody will work with me. Say we don't touch every single part of Freetown. Transform Freetown, don't make a mark. From Ward 446 through to Ward 399. From Origu Bridge through to Levuma Beach. No sign or day where you not go see the evidence, the footprint and the work of Freetown City Council. When it comes to transform Freetown, we really focus on transforming lives. We mean say the small things themselves matter. And we not focus on one part of the city, we make sure say we touch east, central and west. And this takes me now to Wilberforce Multi-Purpose Center. I not call a market because it passed market. We take off from Usami predecessor left for continue the work for complete this project. We don't do a significant amount. And although we've been get some donor funding, the vast majority of the money will make you able to see this impressive structure. We hope for finish in just another few months. The vast amount of that money they come from Una Fritonians.
Within the Wilberforce community, Wilberforce village to be specific, we get this building project to be done there for a very long period of time. I think it's about 5 years we don't start this project, but we don't see some remarkable improvements that don't take place over the first 2-3 years, under the leadership of our worship, the Mayor Yvonne Akisoya. And we can't today for gauge or assess, the progress we don't make so far, for make sure say the community then get access to this facility and make sure say they make the best use out of it. Family like remember say Wilberforce village have beside way before now be a very small community with less population. But if you can't get the population don't grow by more than 10-fold. So needed for improve on infrastructure. I mean, if you see the market, the old market, you see its size and its space, you really know say they don't be catered for the kind of way where the population don't boom right now. So there's every need for make sure so we do this kind of fantastic projects for make sure so we serve the needs of the people.
This market, this very market, it go open up Wilberforce. It go make Wilberforce open up beyond, in fact, Freetown no more. The ground floor, now in the house, the wet goods. The middle floor, now in get the shops, where everybody entitled for secure one shop, provided you meet the criteria, we cancel the set. Then the top floor, we go be the third floor, now then at the community center, as we the constrain, with the strain for community center. Like water facility, where we they go as strain, lights facility, toilets facility, we not been getting before. But now, so the structure where we don't see, now this new markets, everything available. This is clear evidence for say if you pay your tax, they expect service delivery. Right, look at this facility. I mean, this is the second time and I'm quite impressed. As I move around, I go up, I see the mall, then you see the community center. That's a fantastic project. Right, this you definitely give this community a very serious facelift. Right, so if you see them can't here, they know for pay tax, they don't know what you're supposed to do. But I'm really impressed, and I'm sure the community and the rest of Fritonians will be impressed with this type of projects here.
And in the center of the city, that's outside we call Central, we get one project where, again, something they very close to my heart. This now one, the Beringron La Secular Road. One of the very important developments we are so grateful for now this fencing of the cemetery, the public toilet where we try for bill, and then the office for the diggerman them and the clerk.
The structure is very, very important to me because the documents them we don't get from all the we don't soak, all we don't pull. But we believe say the structure now we can make all the documents now will be safe. That we will be safe now with the one that they come. I don't say Skolo will kill we again. They don't turn the cemetery as bomber. They can't throw away dirty inside the cemetery. But now we tell God thank you. Now we don't see the fence they go down. We don't say by God in power, what the fence is done, at least we go protected from them thing in the understand? Eh? The mommy they try, but if you say no more na council no more, no way, now the people them for come together with them property rates, other half taxes that they pay, they make this happen.
Central, now they will also get one of the flagship projects when at the FSM plant, fecal sludge management plant, where prior to now, before this time year, we all know what's going to happen. When them vacuum truck them can come out empty post in cesspit. We know how that thing will go and scatter na King Tom. But day like today, we get a facility where we be able for processing.
Well, the fecal sludge treatment plant, they operate like this. First the trucks, then they come in, they register at the security post. And what's in the register and the voucher we don't buy from city council. Open. When the trucks them they slot and then got sewers then got another side there, it been got a negative impact on the environment. Once because people them in there where they get contaminated and get sick because of the thing but now that don't reduce at the city. And illegal discharge again of slot that the city don't minimize.
You know, like when the don't cancel, don't empty. We in the camp. Water is scatter. Take to the water safe with the drink. It affects with sick cream. It affects people in the community. But for me, they can help in the project as it's the look less.
Through the mayor and donor partners time like Gold Sierra Leone and DFID, when on a FCDO, they come up the initiative for develop and build this plant. We don't get a positive impact in Freetown. From the time of the plant, we don't open them, we don't run them, we don't optimize them full to date. We don't treat 1,089 trucks of various capacities.
We don't continue, we move on education. We will not do the nursery school in the Congo Water Market. Now, we're about to open the nursery school in the Cruton Road Market. This not what we call transforming lives. We market woman, able kind of market in no say in Pekin, in not just safer, but in the land book. And today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, that Pekin, we when can sell with him mama, fala a mama can sell, can be lawyer, doctor, anything, because we provide that environment within the marketplace.
What's happening now? The mayor, now can open school for we the market woman they will Pekin them. Follow go get side, we go they can left for Pekin them, so we able do business. We no go worry for picking them. The picking them be the loss. Pass the come and they go and fend and picking them. And not to one picking them be the loss. And with the strength for selling customer because picking them be the above. So like when this nose don't care, we glad it. We know so we own strength don't do.
Greybush PHU. Yana Sai Usai Health that been the focus. And which we don't do because we target now for reduced maternal mortality, we'll be able to expand Usai Bele Woman and the born.
Then evening, of course, the postnatal, we don't get no postnatal unit. Now just one bed, 9 day. I can't imagine what they get from 2-3 deliveries them, whether they don't born, we have to put down, and that they make in fact, we for observe woman for them for 24 to 48 hours before we let them go. But because of that, because of the space, we normally do that day. As he born, maybe within hours we say go home, anything come. But with that extension now, we then do really appreciate them. We now be able to observe them for some hours, for 24 to 48 hours.
Like in the East, one of the projects that we can make Agladi so much. Now what do we do in Jalo Terrace? We, this very moment, we complete the water well with the submersive pump.
The population all on the other side, inside the water, the other side, pass you pay, and we no get money, half of we pay other side. Now all this water now do depend on.
We saw we get and I be don't well, so we tell the mayor thinking I make yanda. We saw we get the water so they electricity.
Jalo Terrace also gets 9 solar street lights where they win as part of the cleanest zone competition. Then you go take a ward like Ward 411 where they up the hill. You get a bridge now a place where they call Bundowata. That bridge there, something like the size of my table. You where they far, you're not gonna know the value. But for the community, that bridge there now a game changer. Community they not be able to connect.
Like we where they move with bike, mean a private bike maybe they use. Likewise the one day where they use then commercial bike there also. But they get accidents then fast at this place also. Where they don't fit for cross at the same time the bike man, the person where they load on the patient, they fall down. So now we don't see now the way we done now, we tell God thank you.
Bundowata Bridge, not just one example of so many interventions we would do at community level where they make a significant impact on communities. From the rehabilitation of markets, the introduction and installation of multiple over 130 water tanks, to bridges, to drainages. One specific thing we've been catch the headlines, we've been caused so much pain, and been the Wellington fire disaster. We happened on the 5th of November, 2021. We as council, with the support of various donors and sponsors, we'll be able for not only provide medical, drugs and support in the hospital, feed the patients them for over 6 weeks, provide support to the doctors and the nurses. In all the left day, the one day we survive, and the families of the one day we not survive, 256 families, will be able to get a cash transfer up to the tune of 1,450,000 each. We spend over 320 million leones.
Well, to be start with, we get the accident in a hospital, cannot they are admit. The first thing experience we get as a goodness from the FCC in our Freetown City Council is that from the mayor, he be take charge for taking the feeding. And be the feed we make provision, we eat up to 40 per day. And later we will discharge, we can homes them. He also creates a vacuum for make a space for we able to get small thing now because as you know this problem will involve we discharge, you can host, not be able to do something on your own. The mayor look at them say, them people are going to run discharge so they're not able to get better thing at the end. If any provision, it make a way, we are in get small thing, we provide sim there, where the money what to 1,400,000 and some hundred. So we able to receive them from the mayor. So all the goodness that we get from the mayor, we're happy for them.
Wellington fire disaster, it touched we all. But fire disasters that happen so many times, up to 39 or 40 times inside 2021. And time again, council come in and provide support. One other one, we touch me, Nabohen Street, where after that disaster day, we be able to mobilize internally. Now FCC, that they mobilize that money day, then go and raise them from friends and family, able for rebuild that structure and help them people then for restart their lives.
Mayor can see the host way born, a rescue, the councillor waka. Yeah, mayor they can build for we this host. Mayor commander the rain, they can no give the host back with gladness. So we support me. Me are glad for me 200% because not 200%. Forget this guy mayor, yeah. Not so born we. You look, he's sorry for we. He can't build for we the host. He powerful pass the host be the safe.
From east to central to west, we done the work inside Transform Freetown. 50 Met Police, now we recruit. 600 young people, the grow trees. Over 1,000, the work in sanitation. Transform Freetown, not just for say, look the bridge yonder, now for say, we're posting on our house, you get tin for putting in table. The work Boku, today, in this short video, we're not going to talk all thing, but I want to let family them know, say we don't produce, like we do every year, with year report on Transform Freetown. The book, it quickly leave it so, no worry, but it's available. You will want to read them for see all what we don't do, word by word, sector by sector. Now for go on our website, www.fcc.gov.sl. Make a talk and back. www.fcc.gov.sl. There you go read, but the work we don't do for make improvements in the markets. You go read but the drainage them, but the culvert them. You go read about the improvements in sanitation. You go read about them big things them as well, like the progress we would make on the cable car. Not for mention Freetown, the Treetown, we would not really hear Boku but Freetown now we all city. So I don't talk about so many sectors, but I not go done if I not talk about one sector, revenue mobilization. That one day, not so much me to show you waiting me do, I to show you waiting you do. Because all waiting Freetonians then do in paying their rates, property rates, local tax, business license, market dues, all waiting una do, 9 translate to so much of the interventions where we don't talk about today. So as we continue, as we move on to the 5th year, let we continue for hold hands, work together, not just as a team, but as a family. Thank you for 4 years of being the mayor of Freetown. I really, really appreciate you now all, and I look forward to we working together for continue for transform we city.